I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is, but it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting, and I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. What a good day is. What a good day is.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's exactly what the day is.
Today is a great day. It's Friday, y'all. February 7th, 2025, and we are in the building. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. Let's go. Hopefully everybody's having a great Friday. Y'all also let me know how you feeling in the chat. Let me see how we looking up in here. We should be good. Ooh. Looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Yeah. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the Music Morning Show. I'm your host, Classy Beats of ClassyBeats.com. And this morning we are going to get into, we got a lot going on this morning. We've got the YSL coverage, the YSL trial part 2 is going on. We got ASAP Rocky, and we have a couple other topics I have not been able to get to because these court proceedings have been going crazy. Am I right? But before we get into the content, I gotta say what's up to the people in the building. Y'all showing up here bright and early. Shout out to everyone who's in the building. Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Shout out to Amy. We've got Michi in here. Shout out to Melody Cornelius in the building. She says, so excited to see the defense witness. Me too. It's going to be fun. We got Les Cleaver in the building. Oh my gosh. And Les dropping the first super chat of the day. He drops the $3.99. We're going to call it the 4 bomb. He's giving me some coffee. Shout out to Les. I appreciate you always showing love and support, man. We've got Miss 86 is in the building. Good to see you. Who else? Slim Life is in here. I see A Fitz, Gigi Lynn's back at it. Jay Buckmaster's in the building. Good morning. Good morning. We also have Mr. Brown is in here. Alabama Gigi is back at it. Valencia's in the building. We got Pocket Bully up in here. Tay-Toon, good to see you. Libby 22 SC Girl. And we also have, who else is in here? I know I missed a couple of y'all. We got Kara Hampton's in the building. Good morning. Good morning. We've got Shayla is in here as well. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. So if y'all could do me one major favor before we get started with the show, if you could, please make sure you like the video on your way in. Not only is it free, not only does it help the show and the channel continue to grow, but it lets the YouTube algorithm and whatever algorithm you're watching this show on, it lets them know that you're enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel out with more people. So if y'all could take a second and do that, I would greatly appreciate it. Also, the new Patreon is here, y'all. We got a Patreon. I'm dropping exclusive content over there. We've got some the full legal documents for you are available on the Patreon, as well as we'll be doing some behind the scenes content and Patreon exclusive live streams. So if y'all want an opportunity to check it out, make sure you click the link in the pinned comment in the chat and also in the description if you want to join the Patreon. Shout out to all 16 of y'all. We've got over 16 members. We just hit 16 members on the Patreon. Thank y'all for showing up and showing love. I appreciate it. And I'm going to keep bringing y'all some great content over there as well. All right. So let's go ahead and get into it. We are going to start with, let me make sure this is right. Yeah, there we go. We're going to start with the YSL trial. Judge Whitaker is in the building. We're going to be talking about Demise McMullen. We're going to be talking about Christian Eppinger. And actually, we do have a little bit of breaking news for you this morning. We are starting the ASAP Rocky trial early. So usually they start at 1:30 p.m. PST, but instead they're actually going to be starting at 9 a.m. PST, which is in about 30 minutes or so. So we're going to cover as much of this YSL trial as we can, and then we'll go straight over into ASAP Rocky. All right. So if y'all are ready, we're going to go ahead and get into it and see what Judge Whitaker is up to today. Oh, do me a favor as well. Let me know how the sound is, because depending on the courtroom, as y'all have seen, if it's in California, the sound might be, if it's here in Fulton County, the sound might be a little bit better. So here we go. Judge Whitaker on a Friday. Y'all know that's never a good sign. And of course, we're in one ear over here, so I will fix that for y'all. Let me see. Desktop audio. Boom. Okay, you should be able to hear it in both ears now. It's always BS here. I'll turn it up.
Because he is still in a jury trial in DeKalb, which he and we thought would be over by now, but it's not. So he's saying somebody standing in and who's on the way, and obviously we're not going to do.
You're saying you can't hear me?
Pre-trial hearing until both of them get here. But we can hopefully deal with Mr. Barnes.
Can y'all hear Judge Whitaker? Let me know. She sounds like she's mumbling. You should be able to hear pretty good now. Let me know, y'all.
Apparently was earlier.
Yeah, she's super mumbling right now. She might not have her mic on either. Oh, and Jay is in here. Jay, thank you again for the super chat over on PayPal, I believe it was. Shout out to
PayPal, boy.
Jay Buckmaster in here. She's still low? Okay, I'll fix it. Okay, Kara's saying the sound does get better. So let me skip ahead here. Judge Whitaker's over there trying to fix her computer.
I'm still trying to reach him to tell him to sign on. I sent him an email.
You to be to that court appearance. At the bench.
There we go.
All right, so Mr. Barnes, you're going to need to file an admission. All right. Also, you represent in the motion that you have made best efforts to alert the court of this condition that you set forth in the circumstances, but the court takes issue with that representation. The only thing you told me at the bench the last time we were in court that you had a court date in April that you needed to be at. And you told me the reason why, and I said that we would not have court those days, that I would excuse you to be to that court appearance. And that is all that you said to me. And you otherwise represented to me that once you got assistance, which the court has provided in means of funding, if necessary,
Okay,
for experts and investigators, that you would be ready for this trial. So while I am going to ultimately grant your motion to withdraw, because I think the way it is presented, there is no way not to, it is not accurate what you put in here.
Judge, did you want me to respond?
If you would like to.
So there's no way not to.
I apologize if the court takes that position. That is not my intention. It's a legitimate struggle for me.
And I'm not saying it's not. What I'm taking issue with is that you seem to suggest that you had already alerted the court that the struggles you purport to be having, you had already told the court about that, and that is not true at all.
And Judge, from my standpoint, it would be true from the standpoint when we had the conference at the bench last court appearance, and I told the court that I did have this trial.
You told me you had a custody case. People have custody cases all the time.
Right.
That is not the same as saying what you are now saying.
These niggas lacking.
Well, to say I am having a mental condition that makes me unfit to represent anybody is not the same as, hey, I'm going through a custody dispute. And I don't mean to be blasting your business, but you're the one who's making that required.
That was the difficulty in communicating the last time. It's not something that I want to blast. I don't.
No, why is you putting them on blast for real?
All of this stuff, but I don't have much of a choice.
Okay.
I don't.
And I'm
So I'm trying my
sympathetic to
best,
that.
and I'm sorry if it's not to your liking. I apologize.
What I'm trying to do is make sure that people who are on trial for murder have the representation that they need. And if this was actually going to be an issue, which it clearly is, this should have been brought to the court's attention well before now. You were
Having
told
mental issues?
at the beginning of December that this case
tough.
was going to trial in late February or early March. So this morning, at what is supposed to be the second pretrial conference, should not be the first time that you say to the court, you know what, I'm not in a state to be able to do this.
Yeah, and Judge Whitaker, she popped off about their unpreparedness during the last pre-conference hearing, which is why we had to postpone it till today. What was it, 2 weeks ago? Several weeks ago. She was trying to get them to get their stuff together, and this attorney's coming out and saying, "Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention this." Yeah, she's definitely airing them out for real, though. Oh my gosh. This is going to be tough for him because, I mean, if he's hopefully his clientele doesn't take a hit because of this. Yikes.
Okay. So I'm going to grant your motion to withdraw. And
So
with
he's out
regard to what that means for the state, I think it's going to have to mean that Mr. McMullen's case is severed from this, because I'm not going to wait on the other two.
Wow.
We didn't to be quite frank with the court. This will be, so we're gonna have three trials. I mean, it would, I think it would be more
She wants to
beneficial,
sever the-
and in the interest of justice and judicial economy to push the trial up another month or two.
Well, let me find out from GPDC what they can do in terms of representation, because Mr. McMullen, this is going to be his fifth set of attorneys, which nobody
Dang.
should have to deal with. That's not his fault. If they can get somebody in there quickly and we can get them up to speed, that's one thing. But I mean, he sat unrepresented for over a year. He went through 3 different sets of attorneys in rapid succession.
Get him, Judge Whitaker.
Because of, I think, issues with GPDC. He's had this attorney since July, but this attorney is not able to continue. So I don't know. I'm going to have to hear from them.
And then I don't want to make light of Mr. McMullen's situation as it relates to his legal counsel, but I think it'd be relevant for the court to be made aware or be reminded that Mr. McMullen, he's serving a number of years in the Department of Corrections still. So he is waiting for his counsel, which I can promise you all members of the state would help whichever counsel is assigned navigate through the discovery as quickly as possible in order to prevent a third trial, in the sense that Mr. McMullen's case, whether he's severed or not, would be a part of the second trial because it's part of the count 1 of the indictment.
Yes, I know that.
That's hilarious. He said he ain't going nowhere. Let's just do this the right way. I don't want to sever a judge. We don't want to have 3 different trials. I might be with Mr. Abadi on this one. He's not going anywhere. But the unfortunate thing is for the ones that aren't currently doing time, what's going to happen to them?
The state is bound and determined to proceed with the RICO count. So I'm aware that that's going to be presented in each one of these cases. But I mean, they're otherwise, aside from that, he's facing 1 charge. That's murder. That's a serious charge.
Agreed.
And, whether he is already in custody for other issues or not is not really what I meant. I meant nobody should have to go to court and face trial on a murder charge without an attorney who's prepared to try the case.
100%. I guess my point was,
Free Agati.
in all due respect, the state should be penalized for that as well, because we have limited resources,
I understand.
limited employees. A 3rd trial would not be something that would be beneficial to anyone, but I would say it would definitely not be something that would.
I've just got to find out what our options are.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dark, can you, I know one of the issues that you said you faced when you first were appointed to represent Mr. McMullen was that you didn't have discovery. Now, you apparently didn't take any steps to get the discovery from the state, but you have the discovery now, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I have the link and I also have a 8 terabyte.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can you, because I do not know yet who will take over Mr. McMullen's representation, can you just get the entirety of your file and bring it to the court, and I will hold it. I will not look at it. I will hold it so that whomever is ultimately appointed, I can give that to them and they can have the benefit of what you've done thus far.
Your Honor, yes, I can bring the discovery and I can try to have it.
I mean, not just everything you've worked on.
Okay.
Okay? I mean, your entire file.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate that. Is that something you can do? When can you get that to us?
I'll have to look through the file to see, counsel impressions and notes and things like that.
Okay, I mean, you're welcome to put it in something sealed, but
Okay.
I mean, your attorney impressions and work product and what have you might be beneficial to Mr. McMullen's next attorney. I mean, yeah, I'd hate for he or she to have to start from square one if you've already gotten to square 25, you know? Okay. Does Mr. McMullen have any objection to that?
Still going to take a lot of extra time.
No? Okay. All right, so can you get that to Chambers by like Wednesday of next week?
I can do that.
All right. If you will do an order, I will grant your motion to withdraw. And Mr. McMullen, I'll do my best to get other counsel lined up as soon as possible. But I mean, because you've had attorneys in the case and then out of the case.
He's had 5 different attorneys. Dang, man.
That our public defender system is great. Our conflict defender system is pretty good. Our conflict after you move past the second appointed attorney in a case is sometimes a challenge because of a lot of reasons, one of which is probably we don't pay them enough, but it's just challenging to get attorneys who are capable and willing to take on complicated cases. So I'll do what I can.
Whew, that is...
Okay, so any word, Ms. Rosser, from GPDC?
Judge, Mr. Price is supposed to be logging on shortly.
Okay.
He has not yet, and Ms. Rosser is on her way down.
It's what?
She's on her way down to one speak.
All right.
There he is. Nobody wants to defend this poor guy. Whoa! I forgot about this. We gotta skip ahead. I don't know where that sound came from. Sheesh.
Depending upon what they say about timing, go forward with the pre-trial conference.
Yeah, we caught it in time. Yeah, man, get that guy a good attorney. Are there any attorneys in the chat that want to represent him? So I think they go to the CL at this point. Let's skip ahead and see what's going on here. See if they're able to figure it out.
Privately, and
Here we go.
Mr. Dark and Mr. McMullen have had some time to speak privately, and Mr. Dark, you had a potential proposal that might be a solution to our matter.
Yes, Your Honor. Our request would be that we sever Mr. McMullen from the main trial schedule and set his trial to begin for a time, June or after of this year. That would allow me the opportunity to be fully present and participate in the proceedings. I don't think it would disadvantage Mr. McMullen or even the state. When I've reviewed the evidence that I've seen thus far, Your Honor, his connection is very tenuous. He is charged with the RICO count.
Then why don't they just take a plea? See, this is the thing I don't understand about this. If that's the case, then just work out a plea deal and have this be over with. I don't understand why we're still stuck at this point. Should be able to move it forward, and now we're gonna have to wait until later just so this man can work through whatever he's dealing with.
I think his connection stems from one main witness, and that witness would still be available. So I don't see the prejudice to the state, and also I see significant prejudice to the defendant by either requiring me to remain or even trying to line up someone new with a short amount of time. I think a trial would still probably be starting around that same time, but I think this would allow the court to proceed with the other two defendants.
So there's going to be 2 trials then?
This would allow the court to proceed with the other 2 defendants and respect all the rights with respect to Mr. McMullen as well.
Okay, well, I do think it would be a better idea if you feel like you'll be up to it once you get past your personal matter, your custody matter in April, to allow Mr. McMullen some continuity of counsel. You've been his attorney since July, and I think you're the only attorney who's been with him for any significant amount of time. And I know that you've been working on the case and you've gotten funds for experts and been pursuing that as well. So I would certainly rather you stay on the case, even if that means that it gets moved back a few months. One thing I would inquire about is if you believe you will be ready to try the case and fully present in, let's say, June. At that point, we're talking about, a 4-month delay. If we had to secure a new attorney for Mr. McMullen, we'd probably need to give him or her that much time or close to that much time to get ready anyway. I know the state has opposed severing Mr. McMullen out because
What are we gonna do, Paige?
it's, a burden upon the state to have to try 2 cases instead of 1 when there is some,
Why is she
at least
bringing it up?
alleged connection amongst these 3 remaining defendants. That mainly it appears being the RICO count, that is count 1. If we move the entire case to June,
Oh, God.
you would be ready for that as well, because really your client's facing the 2 charges, whether he's facing them in a sole trial or he's facing them in a trial where he's one of 3 defendants. Is that correct?
I think that would be accurate.
Okay.
I would ask if it's possible that the court appoint additional counsel for Mr. McMullen in the event to continue to prepare the case.
Like to assist you
Correct.
for the next little while?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Lawimba has graciously joined us, I assume as a representative of GPDC. I had reached out because Mr. Dark is an appointed C3 attorney. Mr. Lawimba, I know you are just kind of parachuting into this matter.
So Judge, Mr. Dark, we already spoke. He's gonna, if the court is so inclined to move the case back to June, Mr. Dark is gonna rescind his withdrawal, and he's gonna represent Mr. McMullen in June.
Okay.
If Mr. Dark is asking for an assistant to help him prepare for the case, that's something I can look into.
Okay.
To make sure that he does have an assistant, but he's still lead counsel.
Okay.
He's still going to be ready in June if this court is so inclined to move forward to grant his, because I know he has some issues, some personal things going on, to grant the continuance until June. So he will be there to represent him. And in between that time, Judge, within the next week or 10 days, I'll be in contact with you and Miss Rosser with that name, if anyone that we can get appointed to help assist him. Now, in all candor, that person that we get to assist him may be a paralegal. It may be somebody just to help do research or something. It may not be an attorney that files into the case.
Okay.
So that's also going to depend on, but I know he may need assistance with research, with kind of deciphering through the voluminous discovery. So I will try to get him those additional resources. So I don't want the court to look for another name to file into the case.
Sure.
That additional person may just be a really good paralegal that we can find and we can pay to help Mr. Dark throughout the process until June.
All right, I'm sure he'd be appreciative of whatever assistance you all are able to come up with. He's nodding in a sense, so that sounds good. If it is an attorney, great. If it's a really great paralegal, also great. So I appreciate you making sure that gets done.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so that'll be the plan. I know it's not ideal, but circumstances are sometimes beyond our control. So Mr. Lawimba, we'll wait to hear from you as to who that's going to be, and please let everybody know we appreciate the quick response.
Yeah, somebody help this man.
Well, he said a week to 10 days. So, all right. So thank you. So I'll excuse you, and we'll just wait to hear from you in a week to 10 days on who that's going to be. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Wow.
Okay. So
what a mess.
State, that means we can, we'll wait until everybody gets here to figure out what the new date's going to be. Oh, we've got somebody here now. Okay. Okay. Do you know, and I know that, apparently some things happened at the DeKalb courthouse yesterday and they got delayed, so they're doing closings this morning. Is that right?
It said a suspicious package. It turned out to be an envelope with green gel in it, which they didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Which had been sent to the clerk's office from the county jail by anything.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. So, do you think that is he going to be tied up the whole day?
I would think that the jury should have gotten
It's hard to hear what he's saying.
Okay, because we're actually still waiting for the third attorney as well, who represents the third defendant, and I'm wondering, he's allegedly been on his way for about an hour, but I don't know where he was coming from.
Hey,
I think
Atlanta
maybe
be like that
Forsyth
sometimes.
County. Oh, that's where you came from. So, do we know, Mr. All right, speak of the devil, so to speak. Okay. Why don't we take a quick recess? We'll get everybody back in place, and then we'll go on the record and sort out kind of how to move forward.
Okay, so they're going to take a quick break. Obviously, we're on a delay. Y'all know delay gang up in here. We're going to skip ahead real quick and see what actually is going on now. Maybe we can figure out what they're going to do with Christian Eppinger and the rest of the gang, which is interesting. That now this is going to be, Demise McMullen's going to be moved until June. So we'll still have YSL part 3, I guess. Oh my gosh, man. This is man, Fanny might step down by then. Yeah, if you're in Fulton County, drop a 1 in the chat for me. Or if you're in Atlanta in the surrounding area, let me know
All
if
right.
you're here with us.
So we have Mr. Katz standing in for Mr. Mondelli right now, and then we have Mr. Johnson and Mr. Dark, and all three
got a couple of
defendants.
Fulton County
And we're
folks
here
here.
for a pretrial conference, and we have
Amy's in Fulton County.
sort of
Fulton
adjusted
County,
our
okay.
schedule a little bit due to some matters that have been dealt with now, but we are now looking at a June trial date instead of a March trial date. So if everybody can look at their calendars, I would propose that we start jury selection the week of June 9th. And
So everything's getting moved to June. Oh my gosh.
what it had looked like jury selection was ultimately, when we talked about jury selection before, I think I at least was picturing that we might be doing some of the beginning proceedings up in the big jury assembly room, but having talked to jury services, we're not going to be able to do it that way because they have a whole lot of other jurors up there at the same time that it just, there's not the right kind of space. So what we would be doing instead is having probably
So they're gonna move the
60,
whole thing.
55 people at a time down here in this courtroom. And if we're thinking, which the last time we talked, we were thinking 400 or so should get us enough to choose a jury from.
Such a waste, man.
Then that's 2 weeks worth of that, I think. We can, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is when they have jurors available. And so we'd basically do, 55 Monday, 55 Tuesday, 55 Wednesday, 55 Thursday, and then we'd have to do a second week of that as well.
Yeah, we don't want y'all here.
What I am thinking is that we could, at the same time we do the questionnaire electronically, which everybody should have gotten a copy of, and I haven't gotten any comments back about anything needing to be added or taken away, but I'll circle back on that in just a minute. Whenever we do that questionnaire, we essentially would just sit in here while they fill out the questionnaire. They hit submit, and it goes immediately by email to each of the attorneys, so y'all can immediately see what the responses are. I am thinking that even though we're going to have them all back again to do the individual questioning, that we could at least hear from people that first day they're here on potential hardships, and then we don't have to make a decision right then,
But we can do that then. And then by the time we have them, there may even be some that, oh, it's so clearly a hardship, we don't even have to have them back. But that's kind of what I was envisioning, unless anybody has a strong objection to handling that part of it that way. Okay. All right.
Go to Florida. Oh my God.
Okay. And I know we've got some motions in limine to deal with, but just in terms of the process for this first part of the jury selection, having had an opportunity to review the proposed questionnaire that would be on the electronic form, is there anything that anybody either has objection to having on there or feels like needs to be added? It largely came from what was used as, I guess, a paper questionnaire, the first YSL trial. But y'all let me know.
Oh, she's calling it the YSL trial. She's been watching the content.
And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Opportunity to look at the highlights that the
Oh, it's
court
Hilton's
had
back at it.
on the version that was
yeah.
emailed to us.
Uh-huh.
Then we were gonna go through it.
Sure.
By the highlights, and we have just comments per
All
highlight.
right.
I wonder if she
And
had
of
that
course,
baby.
my copy is not in color, it's in black and white, so all of the highlights are gray. Because as you all know, I had some highlights that were for IT for purposes of putting the survey, uploading the survey, and then some highlights that were for us to discuss. So, oh, there we go. All right, so I think the first question was on page 7 of the survey about, would the question about, you know, have you served in a jury trial before? And then if yes, what type of case? Criminal, civil, court-martial? I don't know, or I don't remember, I don't recall. Is court-martial, is that going to cover enough for everybody of, have they been involved in a military case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would.
Have they been involved in a military case?
Discipline under UCMJ.
Why are they asking
The
that?
military has judicial and non-judicial punishment.
Okay, so this was, we can add that question if it's not in there, but this was like, have you served as a juror before? So I think there's, later on, we maybe get to, had they served in the military at all? So let's go through it, and if we don't see that question, then let's circle back. And it's under what was the discipline under?
The Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ.
Okay. All right, so everybody fine with just, we ask, have you served in a court-martial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The next question that I wanted us to discuss was on page 12. What's currently Q50? That was on the original survey that was used in the first trial, but it seems like sort of after this, we ask a lot of different detail about what kind of training, what kind of experience. So it seems like this may be covering the same thing and might be superfluous. Is that one that we could do away with?
Tennessee is amazing.
Do away with it.
Okay. Any objection from the defense to doing away with that question, since we ask it essentially in greater detail in further questions later?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
I do believe that the substantive matter is covered in questions 51, 52, and 50.
I do too. Is that all right with everybody? All right, so we'll strike that one. Okay. All right, and question 55 is actually, have you ever served in the military or armed forces? So I guess if we wanted to ask that discipline question, that might be the place to put that?
Yes.
Okay, so then, have you ever been disciplined under the UCMJ would be the question. Okay, let me jot that down. And then, if so, we can ask them for details. All right, thank you. All right, I think next one is page 18, what's currently question 73. This is the way there was a question worded this way on the original questionnaire. Is this how you want it worded? Does anybody want to change that wording?
Your Honor, and to be clear, the jurors will complete this after either hearing the indictment or the summary of the indictment.
The summary of the indictment, yes. And we'll have to discuss how much detail we want to include.
Man, I hope I don't get another one of those letters in the mail to be on the jury.
We could just ask.
Let's go, Wondrous One.
This case involves allegations for several individuals.
I think so too. Allegations against several individuals. Everybody okay with that wording?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And then I think in paragraph, or in the second sentence.
The alleged events,
surrounding these allegations.
strikes surrounding these arrests. And then I'm just going to say are alleged to have occurred between, and are those our correct dates still?
No, Your Honor, I believe it'll be March 2022. I want to confirm.
And then how about the beginning date?
Yes.
All right.
I'm not clear, you're saying January is correct and it was going March?
It sounds like January 2015 to March 2022. All right.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Your Honor, April 2022.
April 2022. Okay. All right. Then our next question is on page 20. What's now question 80? And I was just unclear, and I think they might be unclear as well. The question currently asks about how much time you spend on the internet, and then they can choose different answers. And then the next one is how much time do you spend on social media? And they choose, do we mean how much time do you spend on the internet aside from social media? And then also, do we mean, or do y'all mean, these are your questions, time on the internet that's non-work time? Because I'd imagine some people have to be on the internet all day for their job, so you would get, 5+ hours is the answer. So do we want to clarify that question some?
Yes, Your Honor. And we thought that for question 80, the concern is more of how much time do you spend on social media?
That's kind of what I thought. Internet. Okay. So then do we just, if we get the, how much time do you spend on social media per day? That's really what everybody wanted to find out?
No, Your Honor. I mean, as far as the combination of questions.
Yeah.
I believe that question 80 should ask how much time do they spend on the internet aside.
Okay. So then maybe I'll flip the...
Yeah, these are jury questions. Correct.
Both questions are necessary because what it does is it provides us an opportunity to see the delve into things that they may get into the internet outside of social media, meaning law blogs or anything.
All right. So how much time do you spend on the internet today aside from time on social media? Or separate from social media? How do you want to ask it?
I think the first question should be aside from
leisure time, maybe?
Okay. Aside from work, okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And then with the second question, how much time do you spend on social media? That would allow us to then delve into what do they go and what are they on the internet for outside of social media.
Okay, so question 80, how much time do you spend on the internet per day aside from work? And then the second question would be, how much time do you spend on social media per day? Does that work for everybody? Yes, Mom. All right. Sounds good. All right, page 29. And I guess this is more a question for the state than the defense, because the indictment and
Everybody
the
knows what's going on. It's going to be tough.
evidence, it sounds like, are narrowed from our last trial. So which of these questions will we still need?
Your Honor, we think we do not need question 114 and question 116.
Okay.
What are they?
All right, thank you. The next page, page 30, question 121. Do y'all want the word paraphernalia?
We like items. We like
Okay,
suggestions.
we're going with items. Thank you.
Your Honor, and on page 31,
Mm-hmm.
question 124 is duplicative of question 53.
Thank you. So let's see, where's the better place for that question? Did you say
Shout out to Amy.
53?
Yes. Word is slightly different, but 53 is, have you ever studied or received any specialized training or education in criminal street gangs? And 124 is, do you have any specialized
What are the
training
odds
or
of that?
education about street gangs?
My question 53 is, are you divorced? If you are divorced or widowed, please list your former spouse. So, oops.
So I'm on page 13.
Okay. Oh, you know what? That's 63 and I just can't read. Or can't see. I can read, I just can't see. Okay, yes, there it is. Uh-huh.
I think it's better at question 53 than at question 124.
Okay, so let's strike question 124. Because it's already been asked. Thank you. All right, turning to page 35. Question 142.
These are questions they're going to ask the jury during selection.
This is just how it was worded before. What is it we're asking at that point? Are we just saying, do any of you know these three defendants or their families? In which case, we would just list those three defendants and their families?
Your Honor, we believe we need to ask for all 28, only because the case did involve these other individuals, and whether or not they have although their cases might be resolved, if they have a relationship that may or may not have a bias towards the state and the...
Okay, then it wouldn't be, though, who are defendants in this case. It would just be, here's a list of the defendants from the indictment, but we're not, okay. So it would just be, do you, a close family member or a close friend, know any of the following people? And then it would be the list of everybody who was a defendant.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right, and then do you, a family member or a close friend, know any of the following lawyers? At that point, it seems like that's just the lawyers that are in this case, state and defense, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Your Honor, as to this particular,
Maybe we can see if one of those that's on this podium might work.
Thank you
We
so
seem
much.
to need to put new batteries in a lot of these mics again.
yes, Your Honor.
Better.
As to this question, I believe that if the question is asked as far as do you, a family member or a close friend, know any of the following people, given that the family members and close friends would not be on the stand, we would not be able to go into that relationship to understand how the family member or close friend would know any of these individual people as far as the showing of any bias in this case. So I do believe the question should be limited to the juror itself and asking them, do they have any knowledge of these individual people?
And it almost seems to me like the only way that they would know if a family member or a friend knew of whomever this is we're asking is if they too knew about it, because otherwise they're only speaking from their own knowledge. So would that work for everybody if we just say, do you know any of the following people? 142 and 143.
They're going to have a tough time selecting
Just
this
say,
jury.
do you know any of the following people? And it would be first the list of the defendants, and then on 143, the list of the attorneys that are involved. Does that work? Yes. All right.
And I guess, Your Honor, to clarify a little more, I understand that this language, do you, a family member or a close friend, is probably going to be asked in other questions as far as it relates to criminal activity or violence of
Right.
A victim of a crime. I believe it would be more appropriate in those situations
Agreed.
because it may have a direct effect toward that individual rather than this situation we're just talking about hearsay knowledge that they may have from someone else.
Agreed. I think that makes sense. Thank you. All right. And then for question 145, and we'll make the same alteration. Do you know any of the following individuals? I have no idea who we're listing here. So I'm going to need a list. If y'all can get together on who we need to list, I would assume it would be all the potential witnesses and all of the victims, right? But I don't know, if it's the same as it was the last trial. So I'll need y'all to put together that list and get with each other and make sure you agree that it's covering everybody. So I'm going to write down here, attorneys will put that together and submit to the court. It can honestly be like, let's say April 15th, tax day.
She's just picking random.
Because we do have to get we have to actually, I think, upload all of the questions, which might involve actually keying them in and then getting them to jury services and then running a test on it and all of that. So what do we say, April 1st? By April 1st.
Should be, April Fool's Day.
All right, the next page, I'm just wondering, is that the phrasing we mean?
We've got Demise McMillan,
or do we mean, do
Kristen
you actually know
Eppinger,
this
and,
person?
Yeah, so we thought,
there's
do you
one
personally
more.
know?
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Demekion Garlington.
Good with everybody to make that change? Okay. All right, and then 147, 148, and 149, do we need any of those questions in this case?
Your Honor, we think we do not need 147 or 148.
Okay.
We would ask, and I thought we asked this initially, but we are asking, have you ever heard of 30 Deep or Blue Jeans Bandit? Or the Blue Jeans Bandits? And that could be one question.
30, all right, I'm sorry, 30 Deep or who?
Blue Jeans Bandits.
Blue Jeans Bandits. So do you want the sex, money, murder?
Yes.
So do you want 30 Deep and Blue Jeans Bandits as one question or as separate questions?
That could be one question.
Okay. All right. And that was all that the court, needed clarification on. So we've gone through those. So hang on, 151. Thank you. Good call. All right, let's look again at so if we start, yes.
On the jury charges, if we could go back to number 71.
I'm sorry, 70 which?
71.
71, okay.
Yes, I do believe on 71, we may want to add the word hearing in that, and do they have any difficulty reading, speaking, hearing, or understanding the language?
All right.
And then also, I was just going through, and I understand that I did not see a question regarding hardship, and if I understand that you may go back and reorganize these some. As far as the statutory questions, the question regarding hardship, number 16 regarding
Looking out
residence,
for the
number
jurors, that's
23
dope.
regarding age, and 34 through
Oh, you're going way too fast.
I'm sorry.
All right, 16 residents, 23,
Is age.
uh-huh.
34 and 36 are the statutory questions. I did not see a question regarding hardship.
It's question 151.
And I was just suggesting that if those group of questions could be grouped together and placed at the front of the questionnaire, therefore I believe that would facilitate our determinations on those subjects moving forward.
Okay, so the, so the kind of almost like 1 through 15 are, well, 1 through 14 are kind of like just identifier questions, like what's your address, things like that, which is kind of what we have on our jury summons that comes back anyway. The residents, 15 and 16, about Fulton County, and honestly, like 17 and 18, oh, how many years have you been a resident? And let's look back on page 4. So have you been a resident? Are you a resident of Fulton County? Have you been for the last 6 months? That would qualify them or not. So then after that, it's how many years have you been I guess that is Fulton County resident. I'll add that in so it's more clear. 18 is other places you've lived and for how long? Does anybody want that? I mean, I'm happy to strike any number of these if y'all don't necessarily want them.
That's question 18.
Uh-huh.
I would ask that question.
Okay, I mean, it's fine. If you want it, that's fine. But if nobody really cares, then there's no point asking. So that's fine. How long have you lived at your current residence? It's easy enough to fill out, but does anybody actually care?
Yeah, I think we could strike 18 and 19. As long as they're a resident of Fulton County
Yeah.
at the time. That's all that really matters.
I mean, I kind of agree, but Ms. Johnson,
The only reason that I would ask that question 18 be allowed, Your Honor, is because given the subject matter that we are dealing with here, this is a subject matter that these individuals may not have experienced here in Atlanta, but may have experienced in another jurisdiction or location.
Yeah, that's fine. So we've already found out how long they've been a Fulton County resident and then where else they've lived and for how long. Do we need 19? Anybody object to striking 19? All right. All right, so then essentially the next ones are really kind of talking about, well, do you rent or own? That's has to do with being a resident. And then it's just some more marital status things. Then we get 22, 23, and 24 are, are you qualified or not? And then what was the next one? 30?
34 through 36.
Okay.
The statutory questions on the.
So just move, you're suggesting move the statutory questions up before the, have you served on a jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have any objection to that. We can move those.
Along with the hardship question as well.
I'm going to ask the hardship question last. Because, I'm just going to ask the hardship question last. All right, so move 34 through 36 to all right, so here's what it is. Right now, it's those age questions, residence questions, and then did you sit on the grand jury that returned the indictment, which would be a qualifier, and then it flows into, have you ever served on a grand jury? Have you ever served on a trial jury? And that is why it was before the statutory questions. So if we move it, I guess we'd move it to just below 23 before the grand jury question?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Anybody really care one way or another?
Probably not.
All right, so I'll make that question, put that in between 23 and what's now 24. All right, so going back to question 151, which is the last question on there, and which is saying, all right, here's when we expect this trial to be. Do you have any hardships? I'm thinking if we start and have 2 weeks of these questionnaires, the week of the 9th and the week of the 16th of June, that would give us, how long do you think it's going to, when we do, y'all will have a lot of information about the jurors by the time they come back for individual questioning. So how long do we anticipate it taking to do individual questioning of 400 to 450 jurors once we've got 37 pages of information on them?
Well, Your Honor, I know in the, as Mr. Eppinger was part of the first trial in this case, Judge Glanville went through the hardship part of the questions first.
Like it.
And once we eliminated all of those people, then we started.
Yeah. So that, what I'm proposing is while they are here the very first time, they fill out this questionnaire, and then anybody that has a hardship or thinks they have a hardship sticks around and tells us all what that is. And then we may not, some of them, we may just say, yeah, no, that's legitimate. We're excusing you. You can show up for some other jury some other time. So some of them, so we'll have questioned them about the hardship already that very first time we see them, the same day as the questionnaires, okay? So when we come back, we'll have gotten that out of the way. So when we come back, it'll be whatever y'all might want to follow up on from any of this.
Your Honor, and thinking through the last trial,
Look at Dr. EJ.
it took sometimes between 30 minutes and an hour, but we had more
Per witness? I mean, per potential juror?
potential juror, but we also had more individuals, so
Yeah.
it may not take as long.
We only have 4 people asking questions this time.
Right, so if you give each person about 20 to,
I don't anticipate, why would we need 20, 40, an hour and 20 minutes per juror when we're already going to have 37 pages, which, you know, and a lot of them has a blank to give us detail of information about them.
because depending on how many of the questions we followed up on.
Okay. Let me say this. We're not going to take an hour and 20 minutes per juror. Y'all are going to have to hone your questions, and it is not going to be tell me your life story with everybody. We don't need to know their life story. We need to know, are they going to be able to be a fair and impartial juror? So I'm used to striking a jury for a murder case and doing the entirety of it in a day, having 60 jurors and going through everything and having my jury by the end of the day. I don't intend to take 5 months to strike a jury. Okay, everybody clear on that? So let's realistically think about how long it's going to take.
Well, Your Honor, given the fact that the defense goes second,
Yeah.
we have the opportunity to hear the questions that were asked before and not repeat them. So
Yeah.
We will be dependent upon the state's questions as far as the time frame in that matter.
And Your Honor, just doing the math, it's 60 in one day.
Yeah.
It'll take 6 days,
Okay.
roughly.
So, All right, so if we do
She said the math ain't math.
June 9th week and June 16th week as the questionnaires and the hardships, and then we have people back June 23rd week.
She's ready to get this over
and
with.
the, beginning of the June 30th, July 1st, 2nd, maybe 3rd week. We're looking to start trial after the 4th of July. So maybe, like the evidence itself. So maybe we say
Love
to
is not
the,
there. She's done.
on our question
She's on a permanent
151,
vacation.
this trial is expected to start in July, sometime after the 4th of July. After the 4th of July. Which is a Friday, is expected to start after the 4th of July and last somewhere between, are we all still anticipating between 1 and 3 months?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right. So I'll make that change to question 151. Any other comments, additions, objections on this jury questionnaire?
Your Honor, on the previous questionnaire, we had asked the jurors if they had social media accounts, their handles. Would the court be inclined to ask their social media handles?
No, the court would not be.
Oh, no way. Are y'all giving Simone Hilton in the DA's office your IG handle?
Inclined
That's
to ask
crazy.
that.
I'm saying,
Anything
nah,
else?
I'm good.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just thinking that if we're starting the trial in, I guess, after the 4th of July, then any juror who may potentially have travel plans on the 4th of July could affect the questionnaire process itself. So I was just wondering if we may want to flesh out in question number 151 what a hardship is in this particular matter, so that we can get a better indication.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it says, please describe in detail the nature of your potential hardship. And then we're also going to talk to them in person, face to face, that same day about what it is. Sure.
Yeah, they're going to give that right to Viverito.
All right, is that everything? We
It's going to be
think we
screenshot.
have our juror questionnaire? Yes, yes, yes? All right, sounds good. All right, one other thing I need to know, we all need to know, is the number of additional strikes that I might grant. I don't know if I haven't seen any requests for additional strikes, but we do have a 3 co-defendant case. Anybody have thoughts on that?
We have not talked to Ms. Mondale about it, but I assume that we would ask for additional strikes in the same very quick.
Okay. Do y'all know how many you want? One apiece? And do y'all want to share them? Like 3 for the defense, or do you want to have 1 each? Or one additional each and 1 additional for the state? You get however many I want to give you. You want 3? No, it doesn't have to be equal. You want 3. I'll take that into consideration. It would be within my discretion. I am not going to be giving you 3 per defendant.
Keep it moving, Judge Whitaker.
I guess, Your Honor, my question would be, with the general fact that we get 9 per defendant, are each one of us going to have 9, or do we have to share those 9?
No, you don't get 9 per defendant. You get 9. And then you're going to get a total of 12. So y'all let me know whether you want to sort out on your own. Does that mean 4 each, or does that mean 12 pooled? Y'all let me know.
What's up, Tesla?
You know what I mean? Are y'all going to huddle on them all and decide on something, or are you just going to, y'all will have to figure that out. And then we also need to sort out how many alternates we feel would be prudent for this case.
6.
We started with 6 last time and remarkably made it through a more than year-long trial, only losing 2. But
barely.
I think so too. 4. Everybody good with 4? All right.
No, Yak got his, we'll talk about Yak a little bit later.
Okay. I'm trying to think whether there's anything else we need to talk about with regard to just the kind of jury selection process. Nothing's coming to mind for me. Anybody else?
Judge, I'm just, since I'm not that familiar with the case standing in.
Sure,
But my question is, I didn't see, and I just was able to look through questions this morning. Is there questions that relate to jurors having been familiar with the other part of the trial? Did any of them attend the trial? Did any of them watch it?
Yeah, I think that's.
I didn't see where that was covered. It may be, but I didn't see it.
Some version of that is on there. Let's look back.
That's the one that's going to eliminate a lot of jurors.
I just want to make sure.
Sure.
Your Honor, to start on, end of page 18.
Okay.
What number would that be?
Question 73. And go against the.
So you got Hilton, the body, and Atkins.
It goes through.
This love has been fired.
Yeah, 77. And then I guess it kind of, 78 and 79 are like kind of related, but don't exactly ask that. Now, it does not currently say there was a prior trial with different defendants, and I don't know that that would be appropriate to say anyway. So
She's
we're
not
kind of
firefighter, but she's
asking
not
more
in court.
broadly about the case, your familiarity with the case. It's been in the media. Have you watched it?
Well, actually, I don't see a question, and maybe it's superfluous, but asking, did you actually ever attend the case? Is that how you gained your information?
Okay, if yes, well, we could add it as a potential source on question 74, because if you have familiarity, from what source or sources have you heard about this case? I mean, we could just make another list of it, be like court proceedings or
I know it says other, but, we make that clear.
attending court.
Well, Your Honor, I think to address Mr. Katz's concern, if we just added in question number 76, I have attended the court proceedings where asking how would you characterize your familiarity with the case. You could ask in that particular question whether or not they have actually attended the court proceedings in this case.
I think that would be fair. Good place to put it.
So I'm sorry, are you proposing add a fourth line that's I've attended court proceedings, or add a descriptor
Oh, give me one
of,
second.
if they say I've followed the case, describe how? Which would you prefer?
I prefer the big pen.
Just the cleaner. All right. So,
Either 76 or
74 or 76? Maybe just, I mean, it might be a more clean on 74 than 76. Attended proceedings, attended. Does that work for everybody? Okay, thank you. All right. Now, we had a couple of motions in limine. So I'm going to move on to that if there's nothing else we can think about with regard to the jury selection process. All right, each of the defendants has filed some version of a motion in limine to exclude rap lyrics and or rap video. There was a ruling on this broadly in the last version of this trial, which everybody at least started involved in. One thing that is different is that since what was Judge Glanville's ruling, the Baker case cited by Mr. Mondelli in his motion has come out. That's a case from March of 2024, and I think Judge Glanville's ruling predated that. So I do want to give that consideration because that's a new case.
And it's almost time for ASAP Rocky, y'all. Hold on. What happened? Can y'all hear? Can y'all still hear okay? Let me see. Give me 1 second. Okay. I see what happened. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, let's try this again.
And all right, y'all, here's what this case is actually about.
That would be fine with us.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Is there anything that I need to be looking at?
For clarification.
Sure.
We believe that the state will clarification.
Sure.
Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna get it together. Give me 1 second.
Introduce photographs involving
Okay.
Okay, we're back.
In this case, the individual who was shot and the police officer was allegedly shot in this manner by Mr. Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
So we do believe that they may intend.
And we are not live for ASAP Rocky yet. Oh, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and switch over to ASAP Rocky. Sorry, y'all. We're having some technical difficulties. We're going to get it together, though. One of these days. All right. Jeez. Here we go. Shout out to Judge Whitaker. It's good to have her back for a minute. Let's switch this headline and then we'll get it going. So hopefully we should have 12 up here at some point today. No, we were thinking it was going to happen yesterday, but of course, court does what court does. Let's go ahead and get right into it. The defense is ready to take their turn.
All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this. But I'm gonna do it.
Is it about the cameras?
There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This is what I'm going to say applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses.
Oh, here we go.
Arguing amongst counsel.
They're about to get in trouble.
Comments made from one counsel to another. Arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial.
Hey, shout out to Judge Arnold.
I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. Right.
They're going to get fined like the
I
NBA.
I understand that there's an issue of an exhibit that the defense wants to use. I saw an email exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll address it. So it's not a new exhibit. There's no new video. So yesterday, Detective Flores testified regarding a sequence surveillance video, which is a compilation of the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, the sound portion of that, overlapped on the video of 1616 Vista Del Mar. The video that we've had before was overlapped, and he described the process yesterday, testifying that when it was done, in fact, we were under the impression, we were informed that this detective did it. On the stand, he testified that he did not, and that it was sort of a rough approximation by hand in terms of how it was compiled. Given that, in his testimony that if we're off slightly, it would affect the sequence video. Last night, we used the same methodology that he described, did it ourselves, the same video that was provided by the prosecution, and with that compilation, once it was completed, we immediately sent it to
yeah, he's sick of these dudes. Stop.
We'll do so through witness testimony. Interestingly, although the prosecution says that they complained about potential foundation, they were playing their sequence video to Mr. Efron without laying foundation for it. They introduced it with the detective yesterday, who was not the person who created it, didn't have to try to lay a foundation for it. We'll actually lay a foundation. How? We can have a witness who can testify to the events that are depicted on the video and ask him, is what you're seeing and what you're hearing a true and accurate representation of what occurred in the moment? That's enough for a foundation. There's two ways to lay a foundation, Your Honor, I'm sure. So we are for reporting. One is the person who operated the equipment to say that it works and it functions and describe all that. Or to have the individual who's captured, or an individual who's captured in the video, just say that yes, that truly and accurately reflects what occurred.
Do you have a video?
We do.
Can you bring it up?
Sure.
And you say you just created this yesterday?
Yeah. Yes.
This was after the testimony.
Let us know when you're ready to hear from us.
Oh, I will. Is this impeaching the detective? No. Or,
The judge had to chastise them like little kids. He's gonna put them in timeout.
I have it on my screen. It's very, very blurry.
Yes, that's the video.
Is that the video?
All right, we're playing it now.
That's where he scraped his knuckles, maybe. This video gets crazier and crazier each time we watch it. Thank you for the cake, Amy. Bring that cake over here. I'm trying to get some cake.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there anything you want to add? Because then I'm going to listen to the, I guess Mr. Lewin or Mr. Roman. You? All right, then I'm going to I'll make a ruling. Once I make the ruling, that's the ruling. There's not going to be any further input from anybody.
And he's keeping track.
Further? All right, the floor is yours.
Two issues. First issue is that the defenses are repeatedly asked, if they had any real evidence they were going to attack. They've just said this is not impeachment, but it's even more than that. Unlike their witnesses, they have had access to the detectives in this case, to the video which they have had for a considerable period of time. And if they believe that there was an issue with it, they had an obligation to figure out what they wanted to do and to comply with 1054. But here's the bigger problem, Your Honor, and where I'm absolutely mystified. The defense in this case, and this figures into 352, the defense in this case is that it is improper. According to 12E's offer of proof, and according to the evidence that the opening statement of Ms. Capina, the defense is they're not disputing it's watching the video. They're not disputing that it happened. They're not disputing that he fired. They are simply saying it was a problem. So the second problem is, by introducing this, what it appears to be is an attempt to basically mislead the jury as to what the issue is in the case. So, in other words, at this late date, apparently they want to put on evidence to show that the timing of the shots doesn't match up. We've had no opportunity to review what they've done. We've had no opportunity to go back and see if it's legitimate. But the two reasons why it doesn't work is it's real evidence. This did not come up because the officer testified. Had they wanted to flesh out this information, they had opportunities to prelim. They could have contacted the detective himself. There has been, as the court is aware, at no point in time have any officers, any expert, refused to speak with them. So what happened is they saw the detective's testimony, decided that they wanted to introduce some evidence that they think is going to assist them. But in the end, Your Honor, even if the court said, you know what, it's timely. It's not. Even if the court said it was timely. Under 352, Your Honor, the introduction of this evidence, the
the time delay, but more than that, the confusion
Land the plane,
of
John.
issues that are material to the case would tend to confuse this jury. Submit. If I may just
No, no,
We've got one.
no.
Oh, that's strike one. Strike one. Sanctions against Joe. I wonder what the sanctions are going to be, or how much. All right, we're gonna take a poll, and I want y'all to tell me who's gonna have the most sanctions against them by Judge Arnold. Is it gonna be the defense or is it gonna be the prosecutors? Let's see. What's up, Les? He said 1,500.
All right. First of all,
They got money.
Since it was, the video was created as a result of testimony yesterday, I don't find that there's any violation of 1054.3. This is the way I view it. If the defense can show by competent evidence.
No, that's true.
That's right. If the defense can lay a foundation for the video, then they are entitled to show by competent evidence of their belief of the sequence of events. They're entitled to do that. That's part of the defense. If the prosecution disagrees with it, if they think it's inaccurate, they can present another version in its rebuttal case. So the ruling is it can be shown. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's have. Do you have your witness here? All right, let's bring them in.
So they are bringing in the first witness. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be 12E? Let me know in the chat who y'all think it's going to be. And another question. Good afternoon to everybody who's just stopping by. Do y'all still think we talked about it? Do you think that Relly's girlfriend is going to take the stand or be called as a witness? That would be wild. Rowan Up's in the building said, this should have been an easy case for the state. Whew. Yeah, they need to keep it together. Why is the judge doing this now? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think he's doing it now, Libby. I think it's because he's seen how the state has handled themselves, and he knows every part of the defense's case that they're about to present, there are gonna be objections. There's gonna be back and forth. It's just gonna be too much. Let me read these super chats before we get the first witness in here. First of all, shout out to Amy, my awesome, amazing Amy in here, gifting 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Amy, make sure you say thank you. I appreciate you, Amy. Thank you for everything that you do. Slim Life was in here with the 10 bomb, showing some love as well. My guy, Dr. EJ, the major sponsor of today's show, gifted 10 memberships. Oh my gosh. If you got one of the 10 memberships from Dr. EJ, make sure you say thank you. An amazing, amazing contributor to what we're doing here in the community, what we're doing here on this show, the Song of the Night Live. And he's always showing up, showing love, and continuing to support. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. EJ, for all that you do. Thank you for stopping by and gifting those memberships as well. If you got one of the memberships, make sure y'all check out some of the members only content we have over on that side. Just go to the community tab and you'll see members content there. And you also have a membership tab once you join. Shout out to Dr. EJ. We also got Amy with the cake. Man, Amy, bring that cake over here. We got Shy Gal just gifted 1 membership as well. Thank you, Shy Gal. And if you got that membership from Shy Gal, make sure you say thank you. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see who we got in here. Who is going to be the first witness? Amy said you get to see cake if you become a member. Oh my God. Good afternoon, everybody. Shout out to my guy Stephen G from Down Under.
Isn't that the only way he's going to come into the courtroom?
That's funny, Your Honor. That's very funny. I meant we wait for the jury. We want me to put them up there before they put it.
That's funny.
Good point.
Thank you.
Shout out to Judge Armin. I like this judge.
I guess we do need the jury.
That's all.
All right, let's bring in the jury first.
That's funny, Judge Arnold. Yeah, he's got those sanctions in place now. He knows he's not going to have to do too much.
Yes.
Come on, 12E. Please let it be 12E.
Let me ask you something at the sidebar, not on the record.
Not on the record. They got to turn the cameras off. Dang. All right, here we go. We're going to skip ahead. We've got some delay.
It's 1 through 43. Correct. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Peoples 1 through 43 are admitted for the jury's consideration. The rest, the case is back with defense.
All right. The state officially rests. Let's go.
Mr. Mayers calls Janelle Phillips, also known as 12.
There we go. 12E's taking the stand. There we go. 12E is in the building, y'all. It's happening. Finally. Oh, this is going to be good.
Yes, sir. Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Solemnly state that the testimony you may give at the cause and outfit before this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please take a seat over here. Stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone there neatly and state and spell your name for the record.
Now that's how you dress as a witness.
Janelle Phillips, JANELPHILLIPS.
Thank you.
So loud, but that's okay. Yes.
That's better than it was before.
There you go. Have fun. That's this one's for you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips. You go by any other names than Jamel Phillips?
Yes.
Go ahead.
ASAP 12.
So you're 12?
Yes.
Mic is a little hot, but we like it. Keep it going.
It's a bit on the loud side.
It's not, Judge Arnold. We can't hear.
All right, let's try that.
Okay, try it again.
ASAP 12.
You have to jump into that mic.
That was funny.
And is ASAP 12 your stage name?
Yes, it is.
What do you do for a living, 12?
I'm a musician, a designer, a model. I have a brand called My Last Year Being Broken.
Last Year Being Broke?
Yes.
And what is that brand?
My Last Year Being Broke is a mantra like ASAP. So it's a program like a Big Brother program. We mentor kids.
Caption relevance. Overall.
We mentor kids. We have back to school drives, studio sessions. I'm trying to get the studio sessions under insurance because to me music is like medicine. Also, I sell apparel.
I like that.
I have therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from an inguinal hernia surgery. And I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slides, is that like a slipper or something?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those, or in some instances donate them?
Caption relevance. Over 352 as well.
And so aside from music, clothes, other programming, or therapeutic slides, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music is concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Caption relevance, Your Honor. Sustain.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay. What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
Shout out to
I grew up
Harlem.
between Harlem and the Bronx.
Do you know where Raheem is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know what any other names?
ASAP Rocky.
Okay, you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was
like
about
that too,
15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet him?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know. Before we turned ASAP, there's some other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met him.
And how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He was only like a couple of months older than me.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
In New York, at MLK High.
A lot of people went there.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, you know, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes.
Would you consider him a good friend today?
Yes.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Yams, he had us as artists of the label, you know. So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, you know, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future.
Yeah, 12 is ready to go.
Bond.
And at that point, did you start seeing Rocky more often?
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem, in the Bronx, see him often.
Was there a point in time when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So in 2011, when Rocky first got signed, he moved all the artists and his friends of the ASAP Collective to an apartment on 57th Street in New York City. It was a small apartment. We was in there like 20, like a group of 20 people. And to me, that was it was like it was great to see that somebody
Sustain.
That's all right, 12.
How about this ASAP Bills? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what he did.
ASAP Ills, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
You feel me? I love these New York dudes are awesome.
Rocky sort of hit it big.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he
Judge,
moved
you're
us.
also that too. Mr. Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer anything.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then he'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
All right, go ahead.
By the way, I assume this is your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Yes.
In relevance, overall.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities for Rocky?
Objection 352. Overruled.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists and ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
You feel me?
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17, you feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, I guess his hype man on tour. And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you said the words hype man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the jury, what's a hype man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12E on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn the role, learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd.
It's not answering the question.
Crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show.
Yeah.
You know? And
There you
keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high.
Man, I love seeing how he's talking about music and being in the music industry. It's definitely an experience. It's dope to see him show so much excitement and energy. I love it, man.
When did you start doing that hype man for him?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until roughly?
Until about 2016.
Yeah, he's very passionate.
And what did you do after that? Do yourself 12 years.
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers, you feel me? So I branched off to do a solo tour. And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia. And I couldn't be Rocky hype man anymore. And I had to slow down from traveling for a little while.
He almost had it. He said it with confidence, so I'll give it to him.
Was that roughly?
That was 2016.
And there's no point in time where you moved to California with Rocky?
Yes.
When was that?
We moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So in 2012, and then again in 2022 during COVID.
How about in 2020? Were you living with Rocky in 2020?
Yes, yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA, yes.
In 2020?
2020.
And did Rocky help your career at that point at all? 2020?
Yes. In 2020, he helped me get out my Sony deal.
Get out of your Sony deal?
Yes.
Wow.
So you had a Sony deal?
I had a Sony deal.
That's dope.
He helped me get out of it.
Out of it. So
yeah.
For whatever reason, you don't get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you, Sony deal, and Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
Yes.
Did at some point in time you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 20. I think 18 or so, you feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12, like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky was building his label, but he was also signing other artists, you feel me? So I just felt the need to just work on my own career.
But you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
So you moved to California twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a bond.
Do you know someone by the name of Brother?
Yes, I do.
And do you know him by any other names?
Yes, ASAP Relly.
And how'd you meet him?
I met ASAP Relly through the ASAP Collective, We all grew up together, we all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym, you feel me? It was a brother.
And roughly what year you met him?
New York, stand
around
up.
the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us the story what your relationship with Relly was like.
I had a good relationship with Relly. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the ASAP Collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
At that time, in the early years, what was comparing the relationship with Rocky and Relly? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, but when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport, and from there we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to deal with Relly at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relly?
Last time I saw Relly was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside. And
At this point, Relly.
Sustain.
Your arm is impeachment? Okay, approach if you like. Explain to you.
All right, go ahead.
Yes.
Continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is the same neighborhood we would work out in. So we were known to see each other. But this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading, I think, Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Yes, relevant to what you read.
He's telling the story, man.
Go ahead.
So I'm reading a book, and I see somebody walking towards me. So at first, I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him, and then I catch him say something about you, yo, Rocky did bad by not taking.
Your Honor, we need to approach on the.
You've established what you need to establish. Go on to something else.
Your Honor,
Yep.
that's an issue we do need to approach. I can't express this on the record.
Oh, he's mad now. He's upset. We got the DA acting out already because he doesn't want to get sanctioned. So let me see if we can skip ahead. Oh, man. Yeah, he doesn't want to hear these stories. So you can't big up the defendant. So it looks like we're still waiting. Let me read a couple more of these super chats too. Thank y'all for supporting. Thank you to everybody who's liked the video too. Oh my gosh, we're at 100% likes. I'm not going to ask for the rest of the show. Thank y'all for liking the video. We got 1,300 of y'all in the building and everybody liked so far. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. We got my guy Stephen G in here from down under in Australia, says that's a resume. Yes, it is. That is a fact. Michi said with the 2-bomb, am I the only one who can't stand this petty DA? Yeah, he's up there complaining right now. But he is 12 is talking a little bit much, but I think it's all part of the plan probably. Les Cleaver in here dropped the 5-bomb as well. It says, now I'm in agreement with you, Michi. Yeah, with the DA being petty, and they don't want to. Yeah, they're not going to let them go through this without a fight. Because think about it. The burden of proof is on the state. And right now they're struggling, y'all. They're struggling bad. And their case is falling apart. I had a video I posted this morning, or it was either this morning or last night, about the detective basically saying, yeah, oh, it could have been a prop gun that he fired. What? It's garbage, man. Garbage. So they're going to fight until they get this right. Let me see if they're back. Let's skip ahead. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, he said he was reading the Martin Luther King book. There we go.
I'll move on.
Your Honor, if there was an answer, can you
There was no answer.
I want to make sure. The question is stricken. If there was an answer, it is stricken. Go on to another topic.
Are you aware whether or not Rocky had been the victim of prior violence?
Yes.
You have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the first instance you're aware of that you have personal knowledge of that you saw.
Well,
Your Honor, same issue, no discovery in this area.
Not true, Your Honor.
Speaking objection.
Carrying that bottle. No, that's not a reported statement. Their police reports are not so.
It's there. It's in the summary. Overall.
Okay. 2018, you said?
Fifth line down.
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell us about that incident.
In 2018, I'm not too sure what club it was, but we was in a club having a good time, and a brawl broke out in the club.
Objection, did we have
overall? A brawl broke out in the club, and we got jumped, and we both ended up cut inside the club.
Oh, man, Judge Arnold.
Yourself?
Yes, I got stabbed, and A$AP Rocky got stabbed.
Okay. How about
It's
another
another one.
instance that you were personally aware of or saw yourself?
But several times I would be at his crib in
That's
LA,
crazy.
and the stalker
Crib means
his house.
It's not a crib.
I would pull up to his house in LA when I was staying there, and several times while I was staying there, stalkers would pull up to his crib.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Oh, man, this is going to be fun.
Do you remember what years that was, roughly?
That was 2020 and 2021.
And were you there when there were any home invasions?
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also. Sustained. Move on to another topic. Fully established what you intended.
Yes, sir.
Move to strike the answer that was given.
He said he heard about him. I don't know
There
how.
was an answer. The question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard. Go ahead.
Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop.
Prop what?
Like a starter pistol, like a prop. As in the defense.
Okay. And how do you know he had a prop gun?
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
Okay. And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay. Who else was in that video?
Me, myself, Rocky, A$AP Ills, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene, Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having like, it was like a mini movie, you know? So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
yes,
did Rocky do anything with any of those problems?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing.
It sounds like hearsay, though.
Prop, September.
Same objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Not responsive.
Okay.
Sounds kind of like hearsay.
Did you see what a prop in again?
Yes.
What's up, Kelbell?
In September.
Of what year?
2021.
Where?
In Harlem.
For what?
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me. And
you ain't say he didn't hit me.
Oh no, he contacted me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. He contacted me to see where I was at, and I was in town getting some food on 143rd and Lenox, and we met up. It was like a block party in Christian on the same street. So Christian Street, we went to eat in the park, and I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white T-shirt, and I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from DMV.
He told you it was proper.
Yes.
Ooh, do y'all hear this? They have a witness saying Rocky was carrying around a prop gun. This is crazy.
And I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing
this
something
case is
like
over.
bulging out his white T-shirt, and I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from DMV.
This case is over. This is done. Wrap it up.
Motion to strike is hearsay that the defendant said stay.
Dang.
How about in California? Did you see that prop in California?
Yes.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery. Over.
Wow.
You could tell me.
Okay, so when I came back to California for I think it was the Complex Con event, that week we would like work out early in the morning. We go for bike rides around his area, and this is still like COVID area, so he didn't have security, and that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down him, he would have the property on.
That's crazy.
That was September 2021.
September of 2021.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with STAR pistols or prop guns or replica guns there?
Yes.
Okay. How do you have familiarity?
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, you know, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
Do you know in particular one music video that you use prop guns in?
For my music video? Oh, yes.
What's the name of that?
It's called Escape.
This is crazy.
So, according to you, you saw Rocky before November 6th with the prop gun 3 times.
Yes.
DMV video.
Yes.
The time in Harlem.
In Harlem.
In September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so he could secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021?
Yes.
First few days?
First few days, yes.
Okay. And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. Here we go. Getting right to it.
What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning, I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the Complex Con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock, we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The ASAP Collective, from what I remember, it was me, Rocky, Ills, Lou, you know, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the Collective. It was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love ASAP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID, so it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, ASAP Lou is he's a member of the Collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see ASAP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
anything after yes is restricted. So the answer is yes. He did.
Tell I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I don't recall. Okay.
How you saw Lou holding Rocky's property?
Yes.
Objection, no discovery.
So Lou, he also works, you know, as a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky.
Objection, also speculation. Sustained. Motion to strike the answer.
What did you see? Well, yes.
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop.
You got it, 12.
The same prop that I seen in New York.
With Velcro?
Yes.
With that sort of replica magazine extender?
Yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun?
Objection, that's been called for speculation. The end of your sex.
Yeah, not a good question. Come on, Joe. It's your time to shine, man. Let's get it.
Let's direct you. By the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun or is the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
Here we go.
And you've seen it used in
my music videos. I've seen it in movies. I've seen it in his music videos. I've seen it several times.
All right.
Here we go.
I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2021.
No problem.
On that day, we with Rocky were in an altercation with Relly.
Yes.
Who else was with you?
ASAP Ills.
Okay. And ASAP Ills' other name, his real name is?
Elijah Ulonga.
Can you tell us what happened from the beginning of that day?
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. You feel me? We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because I'm on stage with Rocky, I just I see him kind of like dealing with something on his phone, and he kind of put me on to it. Relly was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me?
Objection.
So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relly. I'm gonna go talk to Relly." You feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relly, text Relly, but Relly didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relly was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
No, this is a narrative. It's also no discovery.
Ask another question.
It's all right. Keep going.
You remember Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes.
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
Just not the end of the conversation.
His end of it, his part.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did that have to do with bad-mouthing Relly or Relly bad-mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relly was bad-mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's going to call for your motion to strike. Also, no discovery.
You are going to the speaking engine,
No.
Okay, then the approach.
No.
All right.
What's up, Stizzy?
So, who is Josh?
Josh.
Objection, relevance, overruled. 52. Overruled.
Josh, it's ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2021.
Who paid for Josh's funeral expenses?
Objection relevant to 352. This is spent.
That's why Relly was mad. Of course it's relevant. What the heck? Come on, man.
Do you know of a dispute between Relly and Rocky about the paying of Josh's funeral?
Objection relevant to 352.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess.
No.
Yes. Hold on.
Yes, good.
Answer the question.
And what do you know about the dispute?
Objection, that's going to call for a hearing. He's aware of the dispute.
Come on.
Now, the next day was complex time, you said?
Yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relly?
Yes, he did.
Clear the air before complex time?
Yes, he did.
And at complex time, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And Playboy Cardi was never officially in ASAP, but he's very, 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 very closely connected to ASAP Rocky and the ASAP group in general.
And why was that an important day? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection relevant to 352.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP Collective signed.
Dope.
Did you hear Rocky speaking to Relly that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone initially?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask you about the tenor of
The judge coaching him.
you personally, did you try to reach out to Relly that night, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try and do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did he ever respond to you that night?
No.
Okay, you heard the judge. You can describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the tenor of that conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation? The sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation.
Okay.
The vibe.
From what I recall, I feel like it was like a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's link, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like in the conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from Complex Con, we got a big show, he was in a good mood, you feel me?
It's not responsive.
No. Forget about this mood. This is my question again. I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It was on the phone, it was kind of happy. It was just more or less trying to...
Right, you can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now,
You got this, 12. Just stay on point.
was Rocky talking calm?
Yes.
And what happened after the call?
Objection is called for a narrative.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So it really was just in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You see in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was Complex Con Weekend. I believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in this car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last? The three of you.
Okay, Rocky, then Ills, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Ills walk slightly behind him, and I seen brother coming down there.
And when you saw Relly coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So, as I'm looking up, I just see like Relly coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep and stuff.
And did there come a point in time where Relly and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when they met?
Well, as soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like Relly just grabbed Rocky. It's just as soon as he seen him, just grabbed him.
Okay. And what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relly's a big dude, you know, Relly big. So he's kind of like grabbing him and shaking him. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relly was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hoodie.
Uh-oh.
Now, at one point, we'll just play that video. We have that? I'm going to show you a video from that garage encounter on Argyle Street on November 6, 2020.
What's your exhibit?
No problem.
Is this the one that,
This is the
oh,
garage.
E.
Is that an E? No, it's not E. Emma? As in Mary?
Yes.
M as in Mary.
Man, imagine if Joe just pops up and he's like, we have the prop gun. That would be insane. That would be crazy.
Like this.
There's a power button on the side.
My side?
Yeah, just at the top.
Well, you could look at that little screen right behind you. There's a sort of video one. Easier for you to see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it.
It really does look like Relly pushed him first. It really does.
Keep that there. I might need to refer back to it. You turn around. That obviously is just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relly is holding Rocky and holding Relly going backwards that way. What did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him anyway. But there's
Actually, that's going to call for speculation as to why possibly.
The answer,
You got to do better than that.
the answer is, remains as is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen Relly like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes were only supposed to have a conversation. You know, I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yes.
You're wearing that red jacket? Is that right?
Yes.
One point, is that Ills who gets in the middle?
Yes.
So 12 was wearing the red jacket.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like a firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his property.
And tell us how it came out, how you saw holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relly's a big dude and Relly was
Objection, most
Stay.
The court instruct the witness to answer only when asked.
Ironic.
Ask the question again.
Joe said that's ironic.
So, sure, I know how to ask it a different way.
Ask him what he saw. Ask him what he saw.
Just,
as I said, I seen Relly grabbing Rocky, almost picking him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling. The Rocky pants started falling. You know, so.
did you see that in the video there?
Yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Little Rocky versus Big Relly. Don't do Rocky like that, man. Dang.
When we come back from that.
That's crazy.
You see Rocky's pants down there?
It's leading. Sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower than they're supposed to be, and then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the belt.
Which hand was he holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky left or right?
He's a righty.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also I was trying to tell Rocky to go, like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relly's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion strike is non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Because, for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they was going to have a conversation, and Relly was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like, we all friends.
Objection, motion strike is non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is straight.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Relly.
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that object, just a prop gun according to you, at Relly at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
You ever see Rocky press a gun, prop gun, that you described here, against Relly's stomach, to point at his head or his chest?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. When Rocky pulled out that starter pistol, did Relly say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
He told him to shoot that fake ass gun.
Okay. And how, and you heard that clearly?
Yes.
And how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast.
Wow. He said, shoot that fake ass
It was
gun.
over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away. What did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay. Maybe we should put the map up real quick. I think we'll use people.
Keep it exhibit 5.
Yeah. No, Rocky never raised the gun. You can see that clearly. Melody's saying that she knew he took the gun out of his waist because his pants were falling down because Relly picked him up.
Mr. Troll, Mr. Phillip, I'm going to put the map up here so you can help act on it. People stew? People stew, we're going to put up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yeah.
That's Argyle Avenue. That's where that parking lot was. Parking arrow parking right there. You see that? Right there. Yeah, there's a pointer or something. That thing. Yeah, use that thing. Just go up there.
I'm not sure if Ills is going to testify or not.
Yeah, just do like this. Here's Argyle, here's the parking lot, right? Okay. And then here's Selma, right? And then, here it is. Thank you. Here's East Delmar. So just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma to East Delmar which direction they're swinging here.
Mr. Zaccatina, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay.
So, 10 minutes?
Yeah, wrap this thing up, man.
We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom for 5 minutes after.
So he said they're going to take a 10-minute break. We all know that's going to turn into probably about 20, 30. We don't have that much delay either, so we're going to have to wait. I'm going to go back and hear some of this, though. Insane. So 12, up there. He's saying it was a fake gun. Relly knew it was a fake gun. Relly was the aggressor. Relly told him to pull out the fake gun and shoot it. Man. As a juror, as a member of the jury, would that be enough reasonable doubt for you? We were all wondering what was going to happen and where they were going to go with this prop gun defense. And it's more and more sounding less like a strategy and more like something that actually happened. Because at first we said, oh, no, why are they bringing up the prop gun? It doesn't make any sense. Why would they bring up this defense? I think it was because a lot of people were assuming, especially based on the video, that Rocky did it. But man, this is tough, man. Let me know what y'all think. Laura C is in here, says, absolutely brilliant witness. The DA needs to be careful. If they cross him like they did Wally, they're going to lose the jury completely. Dang. We had a couple more super chats in here as well. Let me see who we got. We've got Michi in here. Shout out to Michi with the 10 bomb, showing some major love. She says, Libby 22 SC girl made an excellent point. Congrats, Classy Beats, on 100% likes. Thank y'all for liking the video. We got over 1,500 likes. That's a testament to your great content and positive energy. Thanks for creating such an amazing space. Thank you. And shout out to the lovely, the beautiful Amy E up in here as well. Thank you, Michi. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, and y'all are a big part of that too. Y'all are a big part of what we do here. You're a big part of the chat and the community. So thank y'all for making this a great space, because I love being here reviewing this with y'all. This is insane. But yeah, Laura made a great point. Lewin better not get up there and start yelling, or the jury's going to be like, hey, man, the only guy that we've seen so far that seemed like he was lying, it wasn't the first officer who showed up and said, hey, you know what? Maybe we did miss the shell casings. He seemed like he was telling the truth. It wasn't the lady who called 911. She called 911. She said what she saw and what she heard and what it looked like happened. It seemed like she was telling the truth. It wasn't even Detective Flores who came up there and he said, yeah, we just, the DA's office put this video together, and yeah, it could have been a prop gun. I don't know. It wasn't Wally. None of them. The only person that looked like they weren't telling the truth was Relly. Not only was it Relly, but he has so much incentive to see, or to want to see, Rocky go down. It was clear that he was jealous. It's clear that he had issues with Rocky because of what happened with the funeral. He was emotional because it come to find out Rocky actually did pay for ASAP Josh's funeral. And then he's texting him all this stuff. He's saying he called him Mr. 6 months because he wouldn't call him back. Aww. He wouldn't text him back. And now you have this confrontation to where he grabs this dude, picks him up, his pants start to fall down. He pulls the gun to make sure it's still good. Doesn't point it at anybody. If you're on the jury, man, what do y'all think right now? This is crazy. Mr. Brown says Relly is going to have a lot of court fees if he loses. Oh man, y'all think they're going to countersue? That's the only time the gun came out that we know of, says Melody. So when they were close enough for Rocky to shove it in, so when were they close enough for Rocky to shove it into his belly? I didn't see an opportunity. Nobody did. That didn't happen. It's just another ploy by ASAP Relly, or ASAP Telly as y'all call him. Relly is a gump. Well, I just watched a jury say that a kid didn't kill his parents when they had proof he did. So anything is possible. Yeah, and who was it that mentioned it the other day? I think it might have been Laura C. that was talking about the jury. And in a lot of cases, although the jury is like us and they're regular everyday people in the jury of your peers, they don't sit here and analyze and pull up penal codes and look at the actual facts of the law. Most of the time they're sitting there, they're listening to the court proceedings, and in some cases, regardless of what the law says or not, they go based off of what they think and what they believe. So if the law says, hey, you can't pull out a gun and try to intimidate somebody, the jury could say, yeah, we don't care. We don't care. And in this case specifically, the jury could say, Relly seemed like he was an aggressor. He seemed jealous. He seemed like he had it out for Rocky. And now we find out he's filing a lawsuit. Nah, not guilty. And then in other times it could go the other way, right? They could say, oh, well, the law clearly says this. And they could disregard it and it could go against the defendant in that case. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do here. Thank y'all again for the support. Let's go ahead. I want to run this back real quick because I want to find that point where he was talking about what went down during the struggle. So let me see. Yeah, I think it's right around here.
Yes. And that was November 2021?
Yes.
First few days?
First few days, yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Here we go.
What were you doing that morning or that day?
Oh, that morning, I remember we worked out.
That's a fact,
Gino. Our bodies ready for the Complex Con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk. Met him at his crib. Worked out a little bit, and then around I think 5 or 6 o'clock, we headed out to Long Beach.
Were you there preparing this performance? Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The ASAP Collective, from what I remember, it was me, Rocky, Ills, Lou, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the Collective. There was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love ASAP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past 2 years because of COVID. So it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, ASAP Lou is he's a member of the Collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see ASAP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
anything after
Yeah, he messed up when he said, I guess.
So the answer is yes, he did.
Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes.
Objection, no discovery.
Oh, that's dope. ASAP Lou was a fan who Rocky hired.
Lou, he also works as
ASAP Lou.
a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky.
Objection, all speculation. Sustained. Motion to strike the answer.
What did you see? Well, yes.
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop.
Which rock?
The same prop that I seen in New York.
With the belt clip?
Yes.
With that sort of replica magazine extender?
Yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun?
Objection, that's been called for speculation. The end of your sex system.
Yeah, that was an easy one. Easy objection.
All right. Let's direct you. By the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun, or is the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real.
That's a great answer too, because again, we remember, what was it, yesterday? Yesterday, the detective got on the stand and Joe asked him, is it possible? He didn't say, is it likely? He said, is it possible that this sound could have been made by a non-operable gun, were his words. And then the Detective Flores said, yeah, I mean, it's in the realm of possibility. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Messed up. Shout out to Gina in here with the 5-bomb says, so 4 shots? Relly is lying all over this case. It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Oh, we have a great question in here. Do we know if Relly civil attorneys are still sitting in the trial? We do not know that. I can see what I can find out though. Boy. I mean, if this comes back not guilty and they can use all of this testimony, it's going to be rough for Relly, man. I think that's probably why they're watching. They're watching to see how this goes. Jeez.
And you've seen it used in
Yeah, my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in his music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right. I want to direct your attention.
All right, so let's go ahead and get back into the trial. They actually came back for their break from their break here. Here we go.
Everyone is present. Dr. Peter, go ahead.
Yes, okay, Toby, you were at the point where you would sort of push Rocky home to leave, and I think that you said the 3 of you started making your way away from Argyle. Point on the map up there with the pointer, which direction you 3 of you headed.
I believe he started coming down this way.
Okay. The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left off the Selma Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, the one in the garage, did you display a knife?
No.
Turn around.
He didn't. Because Relly made that up.
Did you carry the knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video, you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, just guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet. Where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on brother.
All right, so after the parking lot, you start walking. I'm sorry. Put that back to me. Yeah. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle, and then we make the left on Selma.
Okay. And then you see that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's Vista Del Mar, then you make the left onto there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After you left the parking lot, Parking garage, I'm sorry. Tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
Parking garage, it's really fast, but Relly and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation when they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky, like, yo, we out. Also telling Ills, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're
we
out.
We are out.
We are out. Okay, I'm sorry. Just how I feel. All right, so I'm telling them, like, let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner, and as we turn in the corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relly is still following us.
And was he following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Okay. How did he sound?
He sounded angry, you know? He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first once he turned the corner. So Rocky was already up, you feel me? So it's me and Ills in the back. So he starts yelling, Ills, you a crackhead, 12 of you live in the projects. He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends, so it's like.
Is there a question, gentlemen?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for a narrative. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? I sure.
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Ills, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you.
Wow.
Was his anger elevating at any point?
Yes. Not only is he a big dude,
Yeah, you've answered the question.
Most is right. The last
Everything
thing
after yes.
Did
Yeah,
you
really is
personally say
busted,
anything to
busted.
Relly? Did you personally say anything to Relly?
Oh no. Come on, Law and Crime. Don't do this. Hold on. We got to rewind a little bit.
Little Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range.
Hold on.
And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends. This, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends, so it's like.
Is there a question, gentlemen?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for a narrative. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? I sure.
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Ills, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you.
Was his anger elevating at any point?
Yes. Not only is he a big dude,
Yeah, you've answered the question.
Most is right. The last
Everything
thing
after yes.
Did you
Okay,
personally
so it
say
did skip
anything to
ahead.
Relly? Did you personally say anything to Relly while he was following? By the way, just let me withdraw and let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around?
His energy was so, like, violent and things like that.
Objection again, it's down this one. It's a corporate.
Were you scared?
Hold on, y'all. The Law and Crime feed seems to be glitching.
Were you scared?
I was threatened, yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relly was about to get into a fight?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Relevance overall.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me. And I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the position? Okay. Were you in the position personally yourself, have physically?
No.
Why not?
Because of my inguinal hernia. To be honest,
What happened?
I worked out with relevant.
All right, let's go over the court. Let's go over the court TV. I don't know what law and crime got going on, but we're gonna do it this way.
Let me ask another question.
Here we go.
Did he follow you all the way around, including to Vista Del Mar?
Yes, he did.
Objection to the phrase follow.
Yes, he did follow us.
And I'll fix this sound for
Did
y'all.
you say anything to Relly while he was following?
I told him, excuse my French, to get the fuck out of here.
How did Relly's words and actions, as you described them, make you feel?
Being that this is a friend of mine, I felt defended.
Objection relevance is that motion to strike is non-responsive. Motion to strike means you're not going to objection.
Let me make sure the sound is good.
The answer is stricken, the question is stricken. Ask him the question.
Did you feel threatened by Relly?
Yes, indeed. It is. Same.
Okay, then how did you feel by Relly's actions?
Objection relevance overruled.
Over.
So at first I was surprised because this is a friend of mine. This is a friend that I've known the past 15, 20 years.
Objection, that's non-responsive.
Surprise.
You can.
Everything after surprise, Your Honor, would be non-responsive.
You can continue.
Thank you. But yeah, like I didn't see this occurring. I didn't understand why his energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection again, it's non-responsive. Overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened. Yes.
That sounds good.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relly was about to get into a fight?
Objection, it's called for speculation. It's all
Sustained.
agreed.
All right. By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me, and I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the position?
Objection stricken.
Okay. Were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
No.
Why not?
Because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar?
Well, as we get to the corner, like, as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there, I'm in the middle and Ills in the back. So Ills is trying to calm Relly down, you know, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
How many times did you see him hit him?
I see him hit at least like twice.
Oh man.
And after,
We got a punch.
after Relly hit Ills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit?
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off. It didn't scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
Did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
No.
Go ahead.
He lied.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you at one point?
Yes.
We'll save that for this, going to show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, we out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills.
he kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, that's gonna call for
Sustained about the answer. Sustained about what
Yeah.
Rocky wanted to do.
Get what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
Do that answer again about what Rocky wanted to do. Got the question right back, please?
We knew this was going to happen. Objection, objection, objection.
We'll save that for later. We'll save that. I'm going to show you a video later. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay. Is that the last one?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, please.
The answer was I went to him and grabbed him, pushed him to the opposite direction and to leave, and I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, we'll be out of here. The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Okay. That's the question.
Yes.
And did he go?
Yeah, he went.
Okay. And after he went, what did you do?
Well, after he went, and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I got to go handle the rail situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turned around, I see, like, really hit Ills again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then, once I seen that, I seen Ills, like, get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
So,
What a
you
mess.
said you saw Relly hit Bills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
Now, did we show you, the defense show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night, November 6, 2021?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
Okay. And when do you see that in relation to Relly punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's gonna call for hearsay and speculation.
Hearsay. After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Relly stop?
No, he didn't.
All right. We're going to play that video.
He said he
I'm
just
going to
kept
play it
going.
through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the Mark video, one we discussed this morning.
Yeah, you can see them fighting.
Additional defenses.
But what Relly said was that he was trying to use him as a human shield. And 12 is saying, no, that's not what happened. They were fighting.
And we're done.
Okay. Now, sir, what I'm going to do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm going to ask, I know it's strange. I'd like you to look at this video. We'll play it straight through the first time, okay?
Yes.
And then I'm going to, after you watch it, I'm going to ask you a question. And then we're going to go back to it again, okay? All right, it's not that long. Go ahead.
Right there. There they go. Who's telling the truth, y'all? Who's telling the truth? Yeah, it really needs to go ahead and make it to that island.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021 on this Del Mar?
Yes.
Okay. Now that the tape, again, this time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping it, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seeing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see it on your little thing?
It's not.
It's not on. I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but that's what we're.
You got power.
No,
Y'all said Relly's about to skip town.
Okay. You know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. Unless the judge up here. Judge here. That makes the judge and the lawyer. Yeah, sorry. We'll do it this round, okay? It says no signal. Check cable connection.
The only thing I ever read on is push the power button. I did. If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
Of course.
Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate the video. We're not going to stop and play it through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop it. But I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time. And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay. Let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you can still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Why don't you, can you point on the screen behind you to the people that you're referring to?
Alright, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's going, that's me behind him, and then that's the So we already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relly just swings on L's. So once he swings on L's a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit L's. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. And then
that story actually makes sense.
Okay. We're going to play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing.
Also, ASAP Rocky, again, not being the initial aggressor, according to 12E, he was the first one you see walking off. And who came up behind him? Really? What? Dang, man.
Okay, so you could take your
allegedly
time and point. So, go ahead.
Really, man.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay.
You see he's already leaving.
Okay.
Then that's me.
Okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt, right?
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie he had on, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So is the four of you in that shot right there?
Yes. So that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relly right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relly attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking
This is
him.
supposed to be Rocky right here.
And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. And where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? Can you see where the video shows that he fired from here into the ground?
So this is Rocky right here.
I think it's at the ground. I can't really see his back, whatever.
Okay. Now.
Does it look like his arm is extended to y'all? No, it looks like he's almost shooting at his feet.
first shot, does Relly let go of Bills?
No.
Nope.
Okay, play it. Now, go back a little bit, guys. You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start at some point.
Wow.
Now, there's the first shot, and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Ruggie was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, and you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Hills again.
Okay, now let's.
Motion to strike the last part is non-responsive. What's the question? Okay.
Yeah, this is an objection-free zone right now. He was there. He gets to say what happened.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so after he hit Hills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Hills again.
Okay, hold on. Let's play that part. We'll try to stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relly. You're where is your point? We did a little point there.
So right here and right here. So we right next to each other.
Yes, sir, properly.
And is it your testimony that he started coming after you?
Yes.
That's what it looked like.
And then that
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Relly at this point?
Relly is right here, still on top of Hills.
Okay. And you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relly's arm, this after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
You see Relly's arm cocking back. What do you see, Relly, if anything?
So after here, I see Relly just swinging on Hills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joseph.
So right, he just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
No, stop it.
Oh, this is, man. Relly, you gotta go, dude. Now that I'm watching this again, this is exactly what it looks like. Because he said he was using Ills as a human shield. So you're telling me he throws this dude on the ground the first time, picks him up again, and then slings him around? Yo. This is crazy.
Stop it. At this point, both shots are already fired from the property.
Yes.
Okay. You hear the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Okay. Despite the fact that both shots from the property were already fired, and Rocky is not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relly doing right there?
Judge, that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
It's not a
Relly
leading
is
question.
still,
Overruled.
he's
Shut up.
still attacking Hills.
Quick play.
Like, you see that he knocked Hills down on the floor.
Dang.
Now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's me right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way, I'll go handle the situation with Rocky, you know, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead. That's you.
Yeah, that's me right here.
Where's Relly?
Relly and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Relly?
Yeah. Yeah, right there. He walked over there to hit Ills again, and then I guess.
Your Honor. The stated objection, do not.
Yeah, we got more speaking objections again.
Just assume it's back on evidence. Sustain.
Okay.
Motion to strike the last part of the answer. Sustain.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, that's, okay, rewind it a little bit more. Now, right here, just let's freeze it right here. Describe what you see on the screen. Is that you in the red?
Please take for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't. 29 it looks like.
It's 29 seconds.
This video is not helping the state at all.
Tell us where you are.
That's me right here. That's Rocky leaving.
It indicated to the record, it's clear, he's pointed to himself, we're looking at the screen, there are 4 people on the screen, he's indicated he is the second from the right, he's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you said now, what happens if that? You look back,
I looked back to see what was going on with Ills and Relly.
and what did you see?
I seen Relly hit Ills again.
Okay. Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relly in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's blurry right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Relly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes. Because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's
This
see.
is bad, man. Bad for the state.
See, he walked back.
No, there's no question pending.
What did you just see?
This is done. It's over. It is over. You can see Relly running at him, and then he moves forward, and Ills falls back.
The first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes. Because I believe
at
he
it.
walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see. Play.
Look at him. So this is Relly right here.
See, he walked back.
No, there's no question pending.
What did you just see?
Why does Ills fall down?
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relly.
He walked up. Is that Argyle?
That's Argyle.
Yeah. So he walked back to Argyle.
No, that's Selma. I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
Wow.
Selma.
Selma? Okay, he walked back up Selma.
We know why Rocky didn't take the plea.
Now, you can turn towards me. Wow. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding areas. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he said Rocky's very recognizable. Let's just get him out home.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
Only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection. Call
Sustained about what Rocky
Did you have to convince him to leave?
No.
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video. He's down, he's still more.
Yes. So he started going in the, basically.
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. That's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
Yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out to Chris Tacopina.
What did he look like?
I see you, Chris.
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his lip.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relly and Ills, did you see Ills punching back to Relly?
No.
Okay. And was Relly controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relly was like fake bragging. It was on the floor. Like Relly, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude when there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
No, Your Honor. I asked it. I'm not going to judge.
Your Honor.
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
Was when you say rain, what does that mean? Well, it was rain.
He was getting investigated. It was up.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180, but during the event I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both of those incidents? The parking garage and the Stillmore?
Really?
No, sir.
Y'all, if I had to put money on it, Rocky's got this one. Jeez.
Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips. Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No.
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
No.
Do you make any money from Rocky?
No.
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, we're in February 2020. We're in February, right? No? Jesus. That's the rumor. We could be in June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025. Okay? You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you said?
No.
Before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
Yes.
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear
No.
from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
Your Honor, the witness answered the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to ask again.
Did you ever hear from anyone? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
No.
And I can't wait to see Cross.
How many times did, when we meet a collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay. When was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No.
All right, no further questions, Mr.
Do you
Phillips. Thank you.
do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I can get started.
Ken?
Here we go. Look at 12. He's ready too. He's like, yeah, I know how this is going
Consider
to go.
yourselves, what do you want me to call you? You want me to call you
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips. Do you know what the word unbiased means?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
Yes.
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes,
Here we go.
and it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Again.
that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any crime.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. That's not the question he asked you. He asked you a yes or no question.
Good job, 12.
Question again, and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes.
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want to convict him?
Your Honor, I reject speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
Well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes.
He gave you your start, correct?
He didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just said he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out of?
Only because I felt as though it was...
Motion to strike, non-responsive.
Did you want to get out of the contract?
Yes.
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection. How?
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes.
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
Yes.
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
Yes.
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to?
Judge, reject that question.
What's the ground?
Argument. It calls for speculation.
Argument
Does,
calls for
given
speculation.
what you've said about the defendant's position and power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career?
Say no.
Objection, Your Honor, it's the same question.
Well, it is,
Just say no.
but it goes to what Mr.
What he
Phillips
believes.
And I think that is relevant to,
You know,
I think it's a fair question.
No.
No, I don't believe that.
These are New York dudes.
As
Come
you
on,
sit
man.
here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying you would, he
Objection.
could make a couple of phone calls,
Calls for
and all of a
speculation.
sudden, you don't have the career that you have right now, correct?
And again, my objection is that.
As phrased, sustained.
Under what
It's a
ground? Your Honor?
stupid question.
There's no ground.
Or calls for as phrased, it calls for speculation.
I'm asking
Thank
you what he believes, Your Honor, it goes to
No,
his...
no, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power
Nope.
to significantly affect your career going forward?
Nope.
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information?
Just say no.
Because me, myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist, and I could go by another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decided, if they decided they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
No.
No.
No? So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another topic.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to.
I want you to read to yourself, in the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what
That
we
was a
have,
terrible opening.
starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from 1, right here?
Terrible.
No, actually from, I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, from 1, I'm sorry. Couldn't see that, that's the 1.
Do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh.
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you.
Yikes. What is John doing?
Are you finished? Yes. That has been represented.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a proper objection.
I disagree.
That's one, both of you.
He said that's one for both of you.
You're on the grounds.
Sanctions.
All right, both of you. 177.5. State the grounds.
I'm going to timeout.
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes.
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say? It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. It's the same objections before. Reading.
Misleading.
Reading from
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not a me.
I'm
This is.
objecting. It's not. What's the? I'm objecting because it's not.
Read back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read back. I might have missed something in the question.
You know, John Lewin has struck out so many
what's been
times.
represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to?
I believe it's a
about
summary
the
of the estate.
So Your Honor, it's a summary. I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
On this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away?
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I I probably didn't. Because I had no.
Motion to strike, everything after no.
I wasn't.
Didn't say no. Objection. Didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making a note to myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as the mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. Because I had no,
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Garbage.
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what date?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Eleanor, and Chad.
And were they recording it? You
No.
remember?
What was the answer?
No.
Did they write notes that you saw?
No notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement. Is it accurate?
Not that I recall, no.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
John, the jury doesn't give a
You would
F
agree
about this.
that even as we speak now,
Come
that
on,
the
man.
defendant, who you call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you would refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like your blood brother, that your parents' birth.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend with a defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to who are non-family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as an example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for rally anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Relly. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So is your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Yes, I do.
Did any of their ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype men?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as...
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as...
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
Oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his dime.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see and talk to him?
So, since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
you would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you indicate as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them.
Don't sit so close to the mic.
Okay. It's more or less have them feel like they're a part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
yes,
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
Don't do this, John.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tapapina on direct examination.
He did it.
Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relly was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
Sustained. What was he saying?
Sustained. Argumentative. Sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relly was a large, muscular man when you weren't asked?
Objection. Are you objection? Well, the word repeatedly.
Answer it, because he is.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relly was a larger, muscular man?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection. Argument.
He's not an attorney.
I was basically just giving a description of Relly. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relly, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked. Is that correct?
Objection. Argumentative. Sustained.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relly was, were you telling the jury
he was clarifying
he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't pull him back at anything, because he's stronger than me.
This guy, I'm sorry to stop this cross-examination. Apparently John Lewin has a great reputation. I don't know why, because we're not seeing it here. This line of questioning is absolute garbage. The jury gets why he was doing it. They don't care if he's a lawyer. They don't care if he's being a hype man and giving more than he asked. We've seen it done throughout the trial. We saw a detective sit there yesterday and talk and talk and talk and talk. This is, I don't know what he's doing here, but it seems like they're throwing this case. This is bad.
Did you end up providing that information?
He's not a lawyer.
Several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight.
Well, that's argumentative.
He's doing a great job because he's telling the truth.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
Argumentative. Objection. All right. Read the question back.
It's clear to see what someone who's telling the truth and what someone who's lying looks like. Wow.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that we don't have any issues.
Okay. Kathy's going to read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had an inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
He said the question is really confusing. Yeah, it is. Shout out to Judge Arnold. Oh my God. Oh wow. This is terrible. This is, I thought the cross-examination of Wally was bad. This cross-examination is way worse. And you can look at 12E and tell he's just telling the truth. He's like, hey man, he asked me a question. I was just giving more information. Oh yeah, here's what happened. No, I don't believe that my career is controlled by A$AP Rocky and Rihanna. What artist would say that? What artist would actually believe that? Oh yeah, somebody else is controlling my fate. That is it. That doesn't even make sense. Man. So crazy. Let me read a couple of these super chats. I wonder if they're going to take a lunch break. We'll see in a second. I need to get some of these super chats in here. Shout out to y'all who are showing love with the super chats too. We've got, which one do I need to get? We've got Gina in here. Did it pop up on the screen? Oh no, my super chats are messed up. Hold on a second.
Well, it's a summary, but what the court said was, quote, if there is one area that they cover that is not in this summary, then they're going to contemplate.
What area?
Well, Your Honor. So
what area are you talking about?
There is nothing about any prior incidents involving the defendant being threatened. There was.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
It says, according to the summary, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. I believe that is sufficient.
Your Honor,
I believe that is sufficient notice of what he's going to say. Do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I do. I need to say something else, Your Honor.
All right, say whatever you want to say.
So, Your Honor, there is no incident that is related here. So there is no way, as a competent trial lawyer, when they give a generality and they simply say, and that's all we get, he was a victim of violence and home invasion, then the court believes that that is sufficient for their discovery obligation for him to now talk about specific incidents, which, by the way, he said he related to them. I'll be clear. They were given that information before.
You better tone it down some and don't yell at me.
I'm not going.
Oh, yes, you are. Tone it down.
They were given this information clearly during the interview they had with him. They did not turn it over. There is no way. How am I supposed to be able to cross-examine this witness when I'm ambushed with 3 incidents that I've never heard of?
All right, let me hear from.
Yikes.
Your Honor, again, this is not a complete presentation. It's not a.
His position is, since it mentions 3 incidents, 3 specific incidents, but it's not in your summary.
Your Honor, right here, Rocky carried a starter pistol, prop security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. And that's what he's going to do.
His complaint is that it's not set forth the specific incidents.
It's a summary. That's what we stated. That's how we started this. And we talked about home invasions, which is what he spoke to.
Just so reasonable minds can differ. I believe it's sufficient.
Your Honor, so
if there was no mention of that, I would agree. In the summary, I would agree with you.
Your Honor, again, they have 12 bullet points here No, nothing specific at all. Remember, Your Honor, they're not allowed to give me a quote summary. That's not what the code requires. The code requires them to give me what he said. So what they've done is they basically gave a summary where they left out any detail whatsoever. The court's aware of it. The court said,
I have it.
So, Your Honor, how exactly am I supposed to cross-examine a witness when they are coming up with specific information that I'm supposed to have been given 30 days before trial, and I'm hearing about it as he's testifying, and I've raised the issue at least 10 different times? Your Honor, I predicted, I told the court on the record repeatedly, we have 12 bullet points for an hour's worth of interview. They're saying they didn't record it. They're saying that they didn't take any notes. They're saying that they didn't write anything down. That absolutely flies in the face of reality. I've done this job 30 years, you've done it even longer. There is no possible way that the defense did not cover these areas that they are asking them about in advance. The fact that they're not providing them, Your Honor, and that's just some of them. So now what I have to do, this also goes to, I can give the court 5 other examples from his direct evidence, his direct testimony. But now what I have to do, Your Honor, is I have to basically go through and I have to now address to the witness, well, listen, you testified to so-and-so. Did you previously relate that information? He has now said that he did. He said, I told him that with respect to the 3 incidents. We don't have it. Your Honor, under 1054.3, that is as clear a violation as you can have. But the court's position is going to be, well, they told you that there was an incident that he did it for security measures for violence and home invasion. Imagine if the discovery on our end, this prosecution was, hey, we're not going to tell you anything about the case, but someone got killed. Never getting facts, but someone was shot. Your Honor, would we be taking the woodshed, which would be appropriate? So my problem is that
You would be taken to the woodshed if there was not a police report and that was not conveyed to the defense.
and we don't have any report, we don't have any tape, and it wasn't conveyed to us. So the problem, Your Honor, is I'm doing the best I can to try and cross it, but then the court is also...
I've heard enough.
All right.
No, I don't need anything from you either. In my belief, this certainly could be more expansive, but I think it is sufficient. As far as you cross-examining, I'm not aware of anybody who can cross-examine better than you. I'm sure you can figure out a way to cross-examine him based on what is contained in this summary. We're off the record.
Wow. There they go. So another L. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Absolutely crazy. Are they going to bring them back in or are they going to lunch? I really hope they come back. Let me see. Let me see one more thing real quick. Oh man, this is wild, y'all. y'all are typing L's in the chat. Dang. Oh man, this is tough to watch. Let me fix this to see if they're back. I'm gonna skip ahead. We're gonna lose some of our delay. This is crazy, man. I cannot believe that John is taking this course of questioning. Big L. Amy said, can you imagine Judge Whitaker handling this case?
These niggas lacking.
Yeah, she would have been lighting those sanctions up. I'm glad you found the channel too. It's Fitzy. Thank you for being here. Let me see if I can get to these super chats finally. Hopefully they didn't disappear. There we go. Okay, shout out to Gina in the building. Gina said, so 4 shots? Relly is lying all over this case. And then she also says, how can someone be non-responsive when they're trying to answer a question? What? Yeah, John Lewin is acting like he has an attorney on the stand. He's just answering the questions to the best of his ability and truthfully. That's all he's supposed to do. And now this is the craziest thing. John is saying that he's using his psychological abilities as a hype man to try and get the jury to agree with him. What? This guy. Oh man, why is he taking this route? I will never know. Let me see. I want to double check and make sure we're not missing anything yet. Oh, are they on the lunch break? So it looks like they're on the lunch break and they're going to be back at what time? At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dang, I really don't want to miss any of this. We might have to keep going. Hold on a second. I'm going to run this back real quick. Let me see. Let me see. I'm going to run this back for y'all real quick, and then I'm going to double check one more thing and make sure. Let's go back to this crazy cross-examination. Here we go. Hold on.
Are you finished? Yes. That has been represented.
Objection is
Sustained. Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a proper objection.
It is for me.
That's one. Both of you.
You're on the grounds.
All right. Both of you. 177.5. State the grounds. Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you...
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes.
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say? It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. Just, it's the same objections before. Reading.
Misleading.
Reading from
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not a need. This is.
I'm objecting because it's not.
Read back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read back. I might have missed something in the question.
So I just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to?
It's a summary of your statement.
So Your Honor, actually, that's a summary. I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
On this paperwork,
Yes.
I never seen this paperwork, and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from. But I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away?
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I probably didn't. I probably, because I had no...
Motion to strike, everything after no.
I wasn't...
You didn't say no. Objection. You didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making a note to myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as the mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. I probably, because I had no...
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what day?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Illinois, and Chad.
And were they recording it?
No.
What was the answer?
No.
Did they write notes that you saw?
No, no notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement. Is it accurate?
Not that I recall, no.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
You would agree that even as we speak now, that the defendant, who you call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like your blood brother, that your parents birthed.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend with defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to who are non-family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as an example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for Relly anymore, correct?
Poor Relly.
It was time to hang out with Relly. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So it's your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Yes, I do.
Did any of their ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype men?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as...
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as...
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
Oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his dime.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now,
I don't know
in
what
terms
he's
of
trying to
what
do.
you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see and talk to him?
So since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you indicate as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Here we go.
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them.
Don't sit so close to the mic.
Okay. It's more or less have them feel like they're a part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
yes,
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by
evil
Ms.
hype man.
Bacchina on direct examination. Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relly was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was he
Sustained. Argumentative. Sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relly was a large
said the
muscular
DA
man?
is his own hype man.
Objection. Are you gonna same objection?
Oh,
The
man.
word repeatedly is argumentative.
And we're gonna
Are
stick
you
around
aware,
too. I can't
Phillips,
leave with the
that
trial
during your
going
direct examination,
this well.
that you mentioned several times that Relly was a larger muscular man?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection. Argumentative.
Over.
I was basically just giving a description of Relly. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions,
It's
Mr.
everywhere,
Phillips,
Amy.
would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relly, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked. Is that correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Come on, man.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relly was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Ignorance.
Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't pull him back at anything, because he's stronger than me.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Well, that's argumentative.
He hasn't finished the question.
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
Argumentative. Objection.
Right.
Yeah.
Read the question back.
Would you agree? Yeah, and he got on Joe for asking questions like that. I don't know what John's doing.
Did you
man.
end
This
up
is
providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
It's not argumentative.
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that we don't have any issues.
Okay. Kathy's going to read the question.
Okay, no problem.
question. Did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had an inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
And this is where it went off the rails. So what I'm going to do is we got about probably an hour till they come back. So what I'm going to do is I'll read a couple of super chats and then we'll get into the testimony that we didn't watch from yesterday, which was the special contractor investigator guy, because there are some key points we missed there that I wanted to get into as well. Here we go. We got Michi in the building. She's been a member for 5 months. Dang, Michi. Shout out to Michi for showing love. Appreciate you being here. Always showing major support too. We got Miss 86 in here with the, I always mess this up. We're going to say it's 10 euros, maybe? 10 pounds. 10 pounds, 10 pounds, 10 pounds. With the super sticker. And she's saying he's wrecked. Yeah, John Lewin is out here looking crazy. I don't know why he chose to take this direction. I think the jury is looking at this testimony and saying, okay, this man is confident. He's clear. He's explaining what happened. It makes sense. We can actually, now that we see what happened in the video and we're hearing his testimony, it makes sense. When we heard from Relly's testimony, we looked at the video and it looked weird. Like a lot of the things that were happening didn't make sense. He said he was trying to use Ills as a human shield and they had some back and forth. And now hearing 12E explain it, it makes a lot of sense. I want to ask y'all this too. This is another question I have for y'all. So the first question I asked you is, who will receive the most sanctions by Judge Arnold? And it looks like 73% of y'all said the prosecution. I think so far it's actually tied. So I want to ask y'all again, hearing 12E's testimony, do you think that ASAP Rocky should testify? And I'm not going to give my thoughts on that yet. I'll wait until I see a couple of y'all answer. But, and this is should testify, not will he, not is Joe going to, but do y'all think he should testify? I want to know what y'all think. And if you're saying he should, or are you saying he shouldn't? Let me know why. Some of y'all are saying no. Most of you are saying no. I think it's never good, even when you have done nothing. Doesn't need to. I think if he does, it'll hurt his case. No, he doesn't need to. I think not, but Relly should be charged with assault. I don't see where he needs to. This case should be a wrap. Oh, y'all are in Amy's comment. Amy said, I want some pounds. Hey, yo. You're going to get him, Amy. You're going to get him. Yes, if he's being truthful. Absolutely not. No way I let Lewin on Rocky. That's a good point. You open yourself up to make a mistake. No, 12E's version makes sense. If so, he should get up there and cry. Oh, man. Oh, no. It makes a better case for the jury to say not guilty. Okay, so Libby is thinking what I'm thinking. Since a lot of y'all have voted, and it looks like most of y'all are saying no. At this point, seeing what John Lewin is working with, I don't think it would hurt him. I think it would only help him, especially if they all tell the same story. And then you've got Relly over here telling the story that doesn't make sense and has so many inconsistencies in his testimony. You've got Wally up there telling a certain story. You've got ASAP 12E up there telling the same story. And then you get Rocky up there who tells the same story and they get to hear it from him. Maybe it could go either way. I think if I were his lawyer, I probably wouldn't put him up there. But me just as a juror, just as a member of the jury, I want to hear from Rocky at this point. But Rocky, come on up here and tell us what happened. We just need to hear it one more time. What exactly went down? I've watched too many trials to say yes to that. No way. At this point, he looks like a victim. If you misspeak or look nervous, you will have a jury member that will run with it. And ASAP Rocky does have a criminal history, Amy points out. That's a good point. But 12's story and the video tells the same story. That's true. If he does, then he needs to testify. If he does, then he doesn't need to testify because it would come out. Oh, talking about his criminal record. Yes, he does have a record. That's a good point. If he's a gang member, he can't. He's not. Rocky has a carry card, so he couldn't have a felony. Well, not necessarily, because gun laws, as we've talked about ad nauseum here, are very, very, very strict in California. It makes a better case for the jury to say not guilty. Okay. Why would he testify with a paid attorney? Plus, he's already winning. Send Relly to jail for perjury. Oh my goodness. And also, we've got another super chat in there. Shout out to Elaine Hafsalah is in the building with the 3 bomb and the super sticker. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate that so much. Wait, Rocky has a record? Yeah, he was actually in jail in Sweden for how many months was it? Like 5 months, I believe. Hold on, I'll look that up for you. And what does Amy say? She says, I'm torn. ASAP Rocky is looking like the victim right now. However, if I was on the jury, I would be thinking, if you have nothing to hide, then why would you take this? And why would you take the stand? Oh, I think you meant to say, why wouldn't you take the stand? Oh, it was 1 month. Okay. Thank you, Mika. It was 1 month. 1 month. He spent 1 month in Sweden. And I actually said yesterday that he beat that case, but he didn't necessarily beat it. He said he basically avoided additional jail time. So in 2019, he was charged with assault causing actual bodily harm after a street fight in Stockholm. He claimed self-defense, arguing that he and his crew were being harassed by the alleged victim. And I think there was video of that too, if I remember right. After a high-profile trial, he was found guilty but received a suspended sentence and was ordered to pay damages to the victim. Since he has already spent about a month in jail before the trial, he was not required to serve more time and was allowed to leave Sweden. Okay, so yeah, he didn't pull a gun, but again, how's the jury going to see that? Amy makes a great point. Again, I'm torn. ASAP Rocky is looking like the victim right now. However, if I was on the jury, I would be thinking, if you have nothing to hide, then why wouldn't you take the stand? But also, I mean, you got his guy backing up his story. He was there. And y'all are saying, no, he shouldn't because he has a weak case. But Stockholm is in Sweden. Is that even admissible? That I wouldn't know. That would definitely be a lawyer question. The lawyer will normally tell you it isn't smart to do for the defense. Okay. Rocky went to jail for 1 month in Sweden, self-defense against a crazy fan who was attacking him and his bodyguards. Yeah, I think if I remember right, he was chasing them or something like that. If he gets on the stand, they will start to ask him where the prop gun is, and there isn't a good reason for them not to have this prop gun. Very true. Even innocent people get nervous. Yep. Only if he could keep his cool when crossed by the state, especially with the lack of professionalism by the state. An innocent person can lose their cool when being disrespected. I agree. Y'all are saying no. It looks like most of you are saying no. And I've got about 15% of y'all that said yes. Wow. So those of you that said yes, let me know why you think so. Amy gave her opinion. I think the same way. If I'm on the jury and I'm sitting in court, I'm like, Rocky, come on, man. You're already up. Let's just hear what happened. Tell us what really happened. We want to know how you were feeling. What was going through your mind? The Swedish guys were throwing stuff at him, chasing and heckling him. Yeah. If the record ain't broke, why fix it? Rocky needs to sit in his. Yeah, I got you. He was using a prop gun in 2021. Why would he keep it? He has new bodyguards. I could see the prosecution having a comeback for that, though. The prosecution and the detective should have found the prop gun before they take this ish to trial. Yeah. It's part of the case. Rappers consider it snitching. He wouldn't even offered. Getting on the stand is not snitching. I don't even think Relly snitched. I just think Relly is a low down dirty snake, and he's trying to extract money out of his quote unquote friend. But I don't think he's snitching. Now, if it comes out that he is actually indeed lying, well, I mean, that's lying, but he's alleging that he was a victim of a crime. If you're alleging you're a victim of a crime, to me, that's not snitching. The judge will admonish the jury they cannot put any weight on the defendant testifying or not. In my experience, jurors tend to follow that rule. Absolutely do not testify. No burden on the defense. That's a great point. Relly might have went to the hospital in New York to give his knuckles time to de-swell. I'm laughing, but that's actually a great point. That's actually a great point, because what if he went into the hospital and they have some type of medical report that says, oh yeah, it looks like he got into a fight. I don't know. Can we find a picture? Let me see if I can find the picture of Relly's knuckles. I don't want to type Relly's knuckles in Google because it might come up with something else.
Hey, yo.
Let me see. Here we go. Oh, this is actually in an article by Megan. Shout out to Megan Kuniv. So here's the picture of his knuckles. Clearly, no way it was a gunshot. All right, let's
stop the cap.
Let's put that to rest right now. But a scrape, most definitely. If he tried to punch somebody, I don't even see this being caused by a punch just because of where they are at the knuckles. I mean, how would you? That would be a weird punch. It's almost like he would punch down. I think he scraped him when he was on the pavement, but I don't know. Now the judge will be full and dropping that head with his eyes closed. But he'll wake up when the state starts yelling. Yep, he'll wake up, get his piece of paper out, and say, "That's one sanction for you. Stop yelling." Yeah, I didn't want to Google Relly's knuckles. You gotta be careful. ASAP Telly is a liar. He's definitely a liar. Is he a snitch? I don't think so. But everybody has a different opinion about snitching, which I get. This is California. I don't trust the statutes on the law. Here's the thing, Mr. Brown. It was mentioned earlier, and I mentioned it yesterday. When it comes to the law, that's only going to go so far. If you can make it clear and easy to understand when you're in front of a jury, great. But at the end of the day, the jury might look at this and say, man, F the law. If I were Rocky and this dude was talking reckless and he had it out for me and I just got sick of it and I wanted to show up and confront him and be like, hey man, let's squash this in the streets, as Wally put it, then yeah, I'd have something on me too. And the only reason he took the gun out in the first place is because his pants was falling down and he wanted to make sure it was good. And the only reason he fired it, allegedly, is because he wanted to break up the fight between Relly and Ills. Yo. So at some point, there may be some instances where the jury does not care about what the law says. They could completely disregard it if they want to. Also, shout out to Tamara in here. Tamara Blackwood in the building drops the 2 bomb over there. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. What else does she say? She also says, looks like intentional road rash. I think it happened during that video. Because now that you look at it, they fell once. Ills fell twice. And then he went and swung at him, or something happened and he fell over again. Crazy. He didn't snitch. He fabricated a story to try and become a millionaire. I agree with that as well. I don't think he snitched. I think he's just a liar. A dirty snake, low down liar. Just like a lot of other people have been filing lawsuits lately. True, but innocent people clear their names voluntarily. But see, here's the thing with that. What are you saying? I would have to say, what are you saying true to? Innocent people clear their names voluntarily. Oh, I think y'all had a back and forth. Let me see. Loca said, hand over a gun for what? He didn't shoot anybody, and the 7 cops already didn't find any incident of shooting. Great point. And then we have Melody says, because pointing a gun at someone is assault, whether it's shot or not. So he could have easily cleared himself a long time ago. He should not testify. And then she also says, innocent people clear their names voluntarily. Here's the thing, though, with that. I mean, whose hands are you going to put that in? When it comes to quote unquote clearing your name, are you going to, if you're in Rocky's situation, are you going to write a check and are you going to tell your attorney, hey, forget that plea deal, do what you got to do and let him handle it? Or are you going to try and do it yourself? That's the question, because if you quote unquote try to clear your name and you do it on your own, again, as y'all mentioned with going in front of a jury, it could go good, really, really good, or really, really bad. It's, oh man, it's risky either way. Shout out to y'all with the super chats, man. We've got Janet in here with the 5 bomb, says, in court, you're not a snitch. In the streets, you are. And listen, I've given y'all my definition of a snitch. A snitch is, to me, is one, obviously, if you go to the police to tell on somebody that was doing something that you may or may not have been involved in, right? So, for example, if I tell one of y'all in the chat, hey, let's go break into this car. We break into the car. The police give me a phone call and they say, hey, someone came to the police station, said their car was broken into, and that fit the description, or your description. What do you know about that? And I say, oh yeah, the person I did it with, it was them. That's clearly snitching, right? I don't think anybody has a question about that. Now, if you're involved in certain activities and you get questioned about it and you tell what was going on, that to me is snitching as well. If you're involved with something in any way, any illegal activity, and you start talking, that's snitching. In this case, it's alleged that Relly is a victim. And he's saying, hey, this is what happened to me. This is what was done to me. That to me doesn't count as snitching, in my opinion. Oh, Amy's got the jury makeup for us. She says the jury makeup is 7 white women and 5 white men. Oh my gosh. There are no ninjas anywhere near that jury, except for all the witnesses, I guess. That's going to be interesting. How do you think they're going to see this, y'all knowing that? We got 12 white folks up in there from California. Gina in here with the 10 bomb. Shout out to Gina. What does she say? In my opinion, this is one of the best channels covering this mess. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Gina. Thank you. She says thank you. I appreciate you. And thank y'all for hanging out with me too. We've probably got another 40 minutes before we get back in the court. We got a couple other things we're going to cover. But yeah, that's Thank you for saying that, Gina. That is so thoughtful. And you put in the super chat as well. I appreciate it. Melody says she was saying he didn't need to hand over the prop gun because they did a bad investigation. Relly should have went back and recovered his knuckle skin. Oh, man. Michi, that's wild. That is crazy. Yeah, he should have got some tweezers and taken some of the blood and put it on the shell casings. Oh my gosh. Street rules are stupid. Yeah, the street is just dumb in general. And y'all stay out of the streets. It's such a waste. Law and Order NYC said, I'm correct. That left hook grazing someone's teeth. Ooh. That's a good point, Mr. Brown. He said he could have tried to hit him and it grazed his teeth. Yep. Oh, okay, I think Law and Order was agreeing with my snitch analogy. Yeah. Now this is effed up. Is that even legal? Oh man. Oh, you're saying to have 12 white folks on the jury? I mean, if you're in California, I guess depending on the area, that might be a jury of your peers, and where Rocky was at, it might be. So I don't know. He has so many knuckle scars that they are healed already. I'm white. I see not guilty, but we don't know what kind of white people they are. Yeah. What kind of did Rocky's lawyer do? Oh my gosh, the jury makeup is awful. They tried, man, but I think a lot of too many people knew who A$AP Rocky and Rihanna were. Not to mention that they asked some of the jurors that are there right now, and many of them said they don't even know who Rihanna is. I was like, man, what?
Stop the cap.
Come on now. But I'm thinking if I asked my grandma if she knew who Rihanna was, she probably wouldn't know. So I can see it. I think the jury knows those are not bullet wounds. I mean, come on. I could probably show this to my 9-year-old and he'll be like, all right, he didn't get shot. Where's all the blood? They're lying. You never robbed someone with a fake gun. Yeah, but a tooth would have left a slice. I feel like it was rubbed up against the concrete or a brick. Yeah, not even the whole thing. Like, you can't make a fist. I don't know. How do you do that if you're making a fist? As a white British woman, I find that Rocky is innocent, therefore not guilty, and Relly should be arrested for something. Assault, maybe? Maybe we'll see a lawsuit come out from Ills. But I don't think Ills isn't a snitch. Yeah, he punched the wall and got the same scar. Amy says the only wound or hole Relly has is in his fake testimony. Dang, Amy. Melly says I scraped mine on a stucco wall, and they looked identical to that. I guess A$AP Relly would be considered a snitch if he went and told the police, oh my gosh, I've been shot. And if Rocky didn't shoot him, that's a snitch. I mean, it's a scratch and he's lying and snitching. Now he's just straight up lying. Because let's think about Woody for a second. And this is still crazy to me that people are saying he's not a snitch. Woody was involved in some illegal activity. He was being held by the police, and he told the police somebody who was not involved in it at all was the one who did it. What? It's like, yeah, it was because of Young Thug. Yeah, Young Thug set it up. Young Thug did it. And his defense was, oh, well, Young Thug's got money. He could pay for a lawyer. I just thought I mentioned Young Thug's name. It wouldn't be a big deal. What? That is the snitchiest of snitches I've ever heard of in my life. Running to the police and telling them somebody did something. Naming names. One of the guys still sitting in jail right now. Amy said Woody is likable, but he's a straight up grade A snitch. King snitch. Only got dope, says Woody was a snitch, but his snitching directly resulted in Thug coming home. Yeah, he somewhat redeemed himself. I don't know if how Thug's going to feel about Woody, but he definitely redeemed himself by getting on the stand and doing what he needed to do. But yeah, that's the craziest thing I've heard. And knowing those guys were around it, all because Woody was upset because Thug dropped the song he had previously recorded at a time when Woody was already hot. Man. Money is the root of all evil. The only titles really holds are greed and envy. If they listen to the facts, they will have to find not guilty. Woody wanted y'all to think he was smart, but he low-key's brilliant in some ways. Oh, yeah. Like, seeing how he handled being on the stand and seeing how Relly handled it, it's like night and day. Woody could have talked his way. He would have had us believing Rocky shot the gun 4 times and we only heard 2 shots. Woody would have been like, yeah, see what happened was I was there and I was running, I was ducking and I heard the shots and then, you know, something else was going on over there. There was some metal or something. I don't know. And it sounded like maybe it echoed off of there, but there had to have been a couple other shots. Maybe he just fired them really quick. I don't know. Oh, man. So he sent those texts after the fighting, thinking it would give him a strong defense. That's why Rocky responded like he did and stopped. Yeah, he's like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Relly's worse than a snitch. He's an extortionist. I agree. Because think about it. Think about snitching one, right? Oh man, this is gonna be tough. If somebody snitches on you, and I hate to use Young Thug as an example. If someone snitches on you and you get in trouble, it's most likely your fault. Because think about it this way. If somebody said, yeah, I remember on March 7th, or I'm skipping ahead months, February 7th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Atlanta, I was going to the gas station. And man, I was going to the gas station and I saw Classy Beats walking down the street. I said, hey, Classy, I know times are hard. The economy is rough right now. Let's say you and me go make a little bit of money. And I'm like, shoot, you know, been struggling a little bit, man. All right, let's go in here and do this thing. So he hands me a 9mm. He says he hands me a 9mm. We go into the gas station. Give me your money. Give me your money. We rob the place. We get hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a story that's being told. And he's saying, yeah, me and Classy, we walked out of there. We got the money. He split it. He went back up to his studio and he kept going with the live stream. Right? What's the problem with that story? It is 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and I'm right here with y'all. That is impossible to happen. So you want to say I did something with you? Please go ahead. I wasn't there. I was here on the live stream doing my thing. Now, in the situation with Woody, the reason he was able to be titled as a snitch is not only because a lot of the guys that were mentioned in that situation were in the area. They were involved in doing things that they shouldn't have been doing, involved with people and doing things, people who were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. But Woody saw some things and he knew some things that happened. And that's why they got in the situation that they got into. So as hard as it is to hear, keeping your circle small, being aware of who's around you, what you're doing, where you're at. If somebody snitches on you, it's probably your fault. Unpopular opinion. Woody was a snitch and he knows how to finesse, he said. Think about it. Even think about it in the Young Thug case, right? Young Thug hadn't had the guns. If he hadn't had these guys around, if he hadn't had the drugs, if he hadn't been here, if he hadn't been talking to this person, would he have even been in that situation? Nope. No. And he said that. He said that during his plea hearing. It's like, man, Judge, you saved me. You showed me what I need to do moving forward. You showed me that all of this wasn't worth it. I'm going to change my ways. I'm going to be a better man, such and such. Woody, he even saw it before this whole thing went down. He started to turn things around. He had a kid. He started to change the way he was moving, right? So, yeah, at the end of the day, this is what I say to the kids all the time, man. Be careful who you surround yourself with. Because at the end of the day, it's just you that's going to have to suffer the consequences of whatever happens. Y'all keep forgetting Woody was working with the feds regardless of if he lied or was lying. He was giving a little truth and a lot of lies. I don't think Woody was a snitch because he lied. The police just didn't do their job. Well, again, to that point, if there wasn't anything there, then these guys wouldn't have been in jail. But because they had reason to believe that it was possible or probable that this could have happened, then you have this RICO. Now, again, the RICO was BS, and we all know that. We've been through it and over it thousands and thousands of times, it feels like. So, yeah. But I can definitely see what you're saying. ASAP Telly made up the stupidest story and the state believed it. Oh, man. And I almost want to go back and look at, I think this was the biggest breaking point for me. I don't know how y'all feel about this. Hearing ASAP 12E frame by frame explain what went down. I mean, this was eye-opening to me, because I was even mad at the video at first when we first saw it. Y'all were here with me. I saw the video and I was like, this video is pointless, man. What's the point of this video? We can't see anything. We don't know what happened. And this man sat here. Obviously, he'd seen the video before, and he looked straight at the jury. He looked straight at Joe Tacopina, and he said, yeah, here's what happened. This is what happened. He was here. He did this. He was grabbing this person. He pushed him to the ground. He fired shots. He followed him. We walked off. And then he said, yeah, see right here? It happens here, 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 and here. I think this is going to be a major turning point in this case. And then you get John Lewin up there, doesn't even bring up the facts of what he said. Oh my gosh. This guy, all he talks about is him being a hype man. And are you trying to hype up the jury by talking about how big ASAP Rocky was? Are you friends with ASAP Rocky? What? And he just completely left out the fact that he was there, and this is the story he's saying what happened. I got to run this back one more time. Let's go back into the vault. Cuz this was crazy. Yeah, I'm snitching on all of y'all, by the way. They're not going to get me. So y'all better not do nothing around me, because I'm snitching. 10 out of 10. Snitches get riches anyway. Y'all see how well Woody's doing? Woody. Amy said he gave a few fake names too, and the state didn't even check it out. Shout out to Lil Mike and Quez. Yeah, I'm snitching on all of y'all. I'm not saying there's any. Yeah, no, I'm snitching. They ain't gonna get me. Let's listen to ASAP Telly's sweaty testimony again. That's a good idea. Amy said, not you, Amy. I won't snitch on you. I promise. Let me delete all my comments there. He's snitching. Yeah, y'all. It's too late now. If they have a CEB gang RICO, I'm telling on everybody. I'm sorry. I left out. The prosecution didn't even touch on the fact that Rocky and company were getting attacked. Let's go back. Let's go back through this. This was crazy.
You said you saw Relly hit Bills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
Hold on, let me run it back a little bit more. Let's see.
By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Relevance overall.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me. And I was also
not responsive.
Were you in the position? Okay. Were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
No.
Why not?
Because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
Well, as we get to the corner, like, as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out there.
Got any cheese?
I'm in the
That's
middle,
what I'm saying.
Ills in the back, so
I'm stitching on
Ills
everything.
is trying to calm Relly down, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working, so I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps, so I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
How many times did you see him hit him?
I see him hit at least like twice. At least 2 times he hit twice.
And after Relly hit Bills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit?
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off. It didn't scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
Did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
No. Go ahead.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you at one point?
Yes.
We'll save that for this, I'm going to show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, yo, bro, let's go, we out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, not to the call for
Sustained about the answer.
Yeah, here you go.
Sustained about what Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
Let's do that answer again about what Rocky wanted to do. Grab that question right back, please.
He said, I'm mad at the pool department. Hell, don't do that.
We'll save that for later. We'll save that. I'm going to show you a video later. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay. Is that the last one?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The answer was I went to him and grabbed him, pushed him to the opposite direction and to leave, and I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, get out of here. The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Okay. That's the question.
Yes.
And did he go?
Yeah, he went.
Okay. And after he went, what did you do?
So after he went, and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I gotta go handle the rail situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turn around, I see like really hit Ills again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then once I seen that, I seen Ills like get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
So you said you saw Relly hit Bills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
Now, did we show you, the defense show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night, November 6, 2020?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
Okay. And when do you see that in relation to Relly punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's a call for hearsay and speculation.
Hearsay. After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Relly stop?
No, he didn't.
All right. We're going to play that video.
Here we go. This is.
I'm going to play it through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the Mark video, one we discussed this morning.
All right, so this is a
Defense.
additional defenses.
Fourth player.
Edward.
Okay. Now, sir, what I'm going to do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm going to ask, I know it's grainy. I'd like you to look at this video. We'll play it straight through the first time.
You might be right about that.
And then I'm going to, after you watch it, I'm going to ask you a question. And then we're going to go back to the beginning. Okay? All right. It's not that long. Go ahead.
Here's where he breaks it down. What's Relly doing right now? He's somewhere sweating.
Does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021 on this film?
Yes.
Crazy. I want to get this girlfriend on the stand too.
Now let me say it again. This time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping it, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seeing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic.
Okay.
So can you see it on your little thing?
It's not.
It's not on. I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but
y'all saying case dismissed? Dang.
you know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. Unless the judge up here. The judge here. That means the judge and the lawyer. Sorry. We'll do it this one, okay?
You don't say he doesn't even have a girlfriend?
I did. If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
All right, let's get back. Here we go.
Play through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop. I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time.
No, 6'9" can't go back. Relly can't go back.
And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like the...
He was walking.
You still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Why don't you, can you point on the screen behind you
Yeah.
to the people that you're referring to?
Alright, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's gone. That's me behind him, and then that's Ills. So we're already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relly just swings on Ills. So once he swings on Ills a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit Ills. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. And then I stop.
Okay. We're gonna play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing things, okay? So you can take your time.
He said his civil lawyers just quit.
So, go ahead.
Oh, man. That's tough.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay.
You see he's already leaving.
Okay.
Then that's me.
Okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt, whatever.
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie he had on, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So is the four of you in that shot right there?
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relly right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relly attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. And where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? Can you see where the video shows that he fired from the air into the ground?
It was at the ground.
Yep.
I think it's at the ground. I can't really see it bad, whatever.
It doesn't even look like it's at the ground. It looks like he's
So after that first shot,
shooting right next to him.
does Relly let go of Bills?
No.
Okay, play it. Now, go back a little bit. You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start at some point. Now, there's the first shot, and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Relly was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, and you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Ills again.
Okay.
Now, motion to strike the last one is non-responsive.
What?
Question? Yeah.
Some of these objections didn't make sense either.
Yeah, so after he hit Ills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Ills again.
Okay, hold on. Let's play that part. We'll try and stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relly. You're very.
She said Relly is
So,
not getting 30 million.
Right
I know
here
that.
and right here. So we right next to each other.
I'm gonna make that man cry.
And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes.
And then that
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Relly at this point?
Relly is right here, still on top of Ills.
Okay. And do you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relly's arm cocked, after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
Do you see Relly's arm cocking back? What do you see, Relly, if anything?
So after here, I see Relly just swinging on Ills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joe.
So right, he just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
Should make sense because
No, stop it.
they testified that Relly said he wasn't scared. He wasn't worried about the gun because it was fake.
At this point, both shots are already fired from the property.
Yes.
Okay. You hear the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the property were already fired, and Rocky was not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relly doing right there?
Relly
Judge,
is,
that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
Relly is still, he's still attacking Ills.
But
Like, you see that he knocked Ills down on the floor.
okay, now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's me right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way, I'll go handle the situation with Relly, you know, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead, that's you.
Yeah, that's me right here.
Where's Relly?
Relly and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Relly?
Yeah. Yeah, right there. He walked over there to hit Ills again, and then he, I guess,
Your Honor,
The stated objection, do not make a speaking objection. Just
Sue's back on it.
Oh, y'all
Let's
lost
rewind that for a
the sound.
second. A little bit, yes. Okay, we want to do a little bit more. Right here.
There we go.
Let's freeze it right here. Describe what you see on the screen. Is that you in the red?
Yeah, Relly's girlfriend needs to get on the stand.
Sure.
Because it doesn't. 29 it looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips. Tell us
Should be back shortly.
where you are.
That's me right here.
Okay.
That's Rocky leaving.
It indicates the record's clear. He's pointed to himself. We're looking at the screen. There are 4 people on the screen. He's indicated he is the second from the right. He's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you said now, what happens if that? You look back,
I looked back to see what was going on with Ills and Relly.
and what did you see?
I seen Relly hit Ills again.
Okay. Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relly in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's blurry right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Relly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see it play.
See, he walks back.
no, there's no question pending.
What did you just see?
He answered that.
Mr. Captain is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relly does.
He walked up. Is that Argyle?
That's Argyle.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he
they
walked
need to
back
go
to
ahead and
Argyle.
take this out.
No, that's Selma. I'm sorry. Oh, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Selma.
The Selma? Okay, we walk back up, Selma.
Now, you can turn towards me, sir. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to us around the area. So I was like, yo, bro.
Relly would be up there. That's a fake witness. This witness is fake. That's not really ASAP 12E. I don't know who that is, but it's not him.
Just get out of here. You know, he's ASAP Rocky. He's very recognizable. Just get him out.
You you have
Oh,
to convince
12
him
is
to leave?
feeling great right now. They're patting him on his back,
I
probably.
only had
buying
to
some
convince him
drinks.
to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, involves speculation.
Sustained about what Rocky did.
You have to convince him to leave.
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video, he's
Yeah.
down, he's still more.
Yes. So he started going in the, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. That's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
yes.
Bakerelli. Great question. Does Relly get charged for evidence tampering / planting? Dude clearly lied about all of it. That's a good question. Where's Lauren C at? Or Joshua Van Lawn or Kel Bell? I need one of our resident attorneys in here to answer that question. I do not know the answer to that. Because if he's found not guilty, I think to do that, they would have to have the prop gun that was used. And then they would have to be able to prove that that was the prop gun that Rocky had. If they were able to do that, then maybe they could get Relly for that. But I don't know. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his leg.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relly and Ills,
Yes.
did you see Ills punching back to Relly?
No.
Okay. And was Relly controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relly was like fake bragging. It was on the floor. Like Relly, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude when there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
No, Your Honor. I asked it. I'm not going to judge.
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
Was Relly, when you say ragging, what does that mean? Relly was ragging.
He was getting invested in it. He was being it was up.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
He
Yeah,
said
I
he
was
thought
like-
Relly was going to whoop him.
But during the event, I was like 160.
It's understandable.
Who was the aggressor on both those incidents? The parking garage and the Stillmore?
Relly.
No, sir.
No, not yet, Slim Life. This is his initial testimony. No, not redirect yet. They should be back here shortly. Let me check and see if they're back yet.
Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips.
They're not back yet.
Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No.
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
No.
make any money from Rocky?
No.
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
Yes.
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, we're in February 2020. We're in February, right? Now?
That's
the rumor. That's the rumor. We could be in June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025. Okay? You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you said?
No.
Okay. Before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021?
Yes.
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
No, that's going to call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
The witness answered the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to ask again.
Did you ever hear from anyone? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
No.
How many times did, when we, the collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay. When was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No.
Your Honor, no further questions, Mr.
Do you
Phillips. Thank you.
do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I can get started.
Ken?
Do you consider yourself, what do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, do you know what the word unbiased means?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
Yes.
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any
Approach
crimes.
the strike, it's non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked you. He asked you a yes or no question. Listen to the question again and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes.
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want to convict him?
Your Honor, I reject speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
Well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that hypothetical question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes.
He gave you your start, correct?
He didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out of?
Only because I felt as though it was...
Motion to strike, it's non-responsive.
Did you want to get out of that contract?
Yes.
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection. Powerful.
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes.
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
Yes.
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
Yes.
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to?
Judge, reject that question.
What's the ground?
Argument, it's also
Stay.
speculation.
Stay.
Does, given what you've said about the defendant's position and power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career tomorrow?
Objection, Your Honor, it's the same question.
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes, and I think that is relevant to, I think it's a fair question.
No, I don't believe that.
So, as you sit here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying he would, he could make a couple of phone calls, and all of a sudden, you don't have the career that you have right now, correct?
And again, my objection is that.
As phrased, sustained.
Under what grounds, Your Honor, was it? There's no ground.
Or cause for as phrased, and cause for speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, it goes to his...
No, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability to significantly affect your career going forward?
Uh-oh, my bad, y'all. I messed up the sound. Hold on.
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me, myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist, and I could go by another artist name tomorrow and start over.
You would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant
Yeah, that
other,
wasn't my question.
are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decide that they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
No.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start
I'm with you,
a
me too.
way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another topic.
Just
I
say
wanna
you
talk
lost
for
this
a
one.
moment.
Let's keep it moving.
About your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to.
I want you to read to yourself, in the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points.
They're not back yet,
I
y'all.
want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from one, right here.
No, actually I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, from one, I'm sorry. Couldn't see that, that's a one.
Do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh.
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you.
This is a good comment. Oh, and what was that little snippy attitude type thing there? I'm proud of 12 for not checking him, but you heard him? That's why I brought it to you. What? Attitude, man. Why is he getting so frustrated? So here said, now I want you to assume, Mr. 12, that what you saw and experienced did not happen. This is what I want you to imagine for a second, that you've never been friends with A$AP Rocky. You're not a you're not a musician. You're not an artist. Just imagine with me for a second. Would it seem likely, or would you believe that this would take place?
You're not reading this
Look
out
at these
loud.
questions, man.
That's why I brought it to you.
This is rough.
Are you finished? That has been represented.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because
No,
it's not
no
a
way
sworn
really is
statement.
there.
It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a
it's
proper
summary
objection.
statement. This
Really
time,
got up out of there.
That's one. Both of you.
You saw Riley looked at him like, oh, you're in trouble now. Look at him, look at him. The judge said that's one for both of you. And I'm sorry, 12E. I said really. 12E's like, oh, you're in trouble.
That's not a proper objection.
this
All right. That's one. Both of you.
He said.
You're on the grounds.
All right. Both of you. 177.5. State the grounds. Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes.
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say? It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. It's the same objections before. Reading.
Misleading.
Reading from
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not a me.
I'm
This is.
objecting. It's not a statement. I'm objecting because it's not.
Read back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read back. I might have missed something in the question.
So I just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to?
It's a
about
summary
the defendant?
of the estate.
So Your Honor, that's a summary. I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
On this paperwork,
Yes.
I never seen this paperwork, and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but
Well, it looks like they might be
I
back.
advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you
All
is,
right, we've had enough of Loon. Even though we're going to get him back in here in a minute, it looks like we might be back. So let's see. They've got the camera on the shield, which means we should be going live here in a second. Thank you to everybody who's in here too. And all 1,600 of y'all that liked the video. Thank you, man. Oh, tacos sound amazing right now. Who's talking about tacos, man? Y'all can't be talking about food. We've been up here for 5 hours. Dang. Y'all can't be talking about food right now. Killing me. All right, here we go. They're back. Make sure. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We just need some sound. Court TV. Uh-oh, what happened? Let me double check and make sure it's them and not me. Yeah, they didn't turn the sound back on yet.
a few times that Relly is.
Yes.
And you saw your testimony, am I correct? Your belief is there was more than 3, but you saw definitely
Okay, it looks like they just didn't have this sound on. Floyd said I had salami for a snack.
Am I correct? Your belief is there were more than 3, but you saw definite punches to Bill's face, correct?
Yes.
And were those close fist punches?
I believe so, yes.
And you have mentioned a few times that Relly is a very strong individual, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe, if you can, the force that any of those punches were delivered with?
I cannot describe the force, no.
Well, in watching it, did it appear that it was a strong punch, or did it just look like he wasn't really doing much?
Well, I know he was swinging at him, and Ills wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Ills was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his lip, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken or swollen or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relly gave to him was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Ills seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if as a result of being beaten like this, if Ills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Ills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's necks in order. 44. This would be the DVD charge. I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm going to ask you questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm going to freeze it.
This is just to show bills the next day?
Yes.
Correct. It's relevant for that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On
the woman?
Oh, that's not.
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
No, I don't know.
Who is it?
Do you recognize the person on to the left of you?
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet.
Why are you talking
but
about
the person
Rihanna?
on the left, you're going to see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember. But that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Ills was wearing on November 7th?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or black lady.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left.
What's happening right now?
Stop, pause. Who's that?
He's that Bill.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
Well, I would object because of this focus.
That's over. Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say he was bleeding from the lip. So I'm not too sure if it was
It could have been on the inside of his lip.
Tooth. I'm not too sure how it.
So
Exactly.
do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, if you really looking, his lip and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago, when you were testifying, that Ills didn't have any swelling on his face?
I'm looking now, I've never seen this video.
Wait a minute. I asked you previously what kind of injuries he had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
I said his face wasn't swollen. I didn't say anything about his lips.
Oh, let me just ask something. In your definition, are the lips a part of the face?
Yes.
So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No.
Wow, really? Now we're arguing lips versus face? Oh.
Because I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Ill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
And that answer stricken.
You're talking about something different. The testimony was the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Ills had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
You said he didn't seek any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
Yes.
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on the side of his face or anything.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man
Yes.
less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
My only objection would be to the term closed fist. The witness said he wasn't sure.
Your Honor, that's a speaking objection.
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, then, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
A fist is a fist.
Your Honor, a fist could be not all the way closed, but a fist, closed fist, and that's what I asked. So,
Show me an open fist.
an open fist would be like this, not closed.
What? Stop talking, John.
Can the question be read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Thank you.
Wow.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
It states the testimony.
It's a question, Your Honor.
The other, my objection was to the term closed fist. He said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
Speak up, Joe. This is embarrassing, man.
Already asked the question about the way.
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll withdraw the objection. Just
if he
let's get out here.
if he saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously state when I asked you that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit him with his hand. I can't tell you the position of
That's not what it's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I wouldn't believe he was just smacking him. I believe he's punching him.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times
Just say
with
I
a fist by a large
The judge is
and
laughing at
strong individual less than 24 hours before he was taken.
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person was punched 3 times in the
There should be a
face?
pointer you said.
I can't really see his whole face. As we all can see, he has an American flag, which is pretty large, on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip. So
Let's watch a little more. I'm gonna keep stopping it. With what you see now, stop it please. Do you see any evidence in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face with a fist by a strong individual?
well, I see he has a flag on. I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag because he's trying to hide something?
That yes, he could be hiding the bruise. We're at a show, so who wants to walk around a 10-year anniversary show with bruises?
Wait, you previously stated before that everybody was dressed in the style. Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with the flag?
So, Live Love ASAP, on the back of the project, there's an American flag, right? So this was a part of the project, you feel me? That's why he had it. So usually Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look, you feel me? But that day, I believe, because Ills got into an altercation, he was hiding inside his skin.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your
Wow, man. This guy, do y'all hear this? He's lucky this is a white jury. I'm just gonna say it. Wow. Now he's trying to insult him. I hope there's an objection.
Because Ills got into an altercation, he was hiding inside his skin.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question and you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me anymore.
Okay. So let's keep watching the video, and what I want you to do is, I want you to yell stop when you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
You cannot see his whole face, sir.
So listen to my question. I didn't ask you if there were parts of the back of his head or his ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have been punched in the face. Anything?
No.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment.
Yeah, because you're getting cooked right now.
I want to talk about your relationship with Relly.
Yes.
Would you agree that although you've known Relly a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relly?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relly, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good. Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Tacopino,
yes,
what was your relationship like? And you say, on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Did you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relly. Do you remember saying that?
It's not like deal with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with Relly.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relly? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Relly. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
If I did, I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relly, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Relly before because I'm on tour. I'm in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country. I'm in Asia. I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him anymore.
And when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him. I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relly?
No, I never went on tour with Relly. He's not a musician.
So you did go on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relly or spend with Relly was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
No.
You would not agree with that?
I would not agree.
All right, let's
John
talk
Lennon is
about
looking like
your
an idiot
arrival
right now.
in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No.
That was double, that's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
Yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday.
Saturday? And where have you been staying?
Downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendant since you've been out here?
No.
Nothing?
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
A few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he was advised by his attorney, to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back. When was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay.
Which is consistent with his previous testimony.
Who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Blue.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP, the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky, is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Blue, I'm sorry. I got to apologize, Mr. Phillips. My hearing
That's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay, so it was ASAP Lou.
Yes.
Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his store manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been, your understanding, paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no answer to that. I'm not too sure.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you fly?
I flew.
Business or first class?
It was regular. Like, it was a regular flight.
What, they had to fly coach?
Coach? Just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said.
You don't have to answer. The objection is sustained.
And when did you arrive?
Saturday.
Disgusting.
And where are you staying right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And is it, I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
You understand?
I didn't get that. What was that?
You understand, sir?
We all do.
So, the hotel you're staying at is a nice hotel. It's not going to be cheap, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
No, I'm paying for my own food.
So they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card in my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're going to reimburse you, correct?
That I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're going to come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there, and I know the truth.
Well, no, that's my
Man, amazing answer. Wally did the same thing. He's trying to catch them slipping. Y'all were mentioning this in the chat. He's trying to catch them slipping. And these guys are on point. Wow, what an amazing answer. He said, I'm not trying to help the case. I'm here to tell the truth. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's it right there.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're going to reimburse you, correct?
I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're going to come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that
amazing
correct?
Answer.
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there, and I know the truth.
Well, no, that's my question. You're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying I'll put it on my card. And you're saying I don't really care about what it's going to cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's going to cost, is that because he's such a close friend of yours? You know what?
No, because I also have a manager out here, and I have meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings for your career, and then it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
Well, how did they arrange for you to come to court?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were going to come to court was yesterday?
No, I found out that I was coming to court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
I've also just been working on my artistry.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is a federal check.
Can I have grounds, Your Honor?
That's exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
That's an answer.
I'm not asking.
Overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things.
Yes.
Would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, Mr. Phillips, if you can, I'm going to try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Mayers?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing
I think he messed up there.
are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in his case? Is that right?
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
Okay. You mentioned that you have knowledge and
with that answer.
experience with prop guns. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
I've never.
A gun? Okay. How many times?
Maybe 9 shots.
Oh, wait, let me just back up. Meaning, you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And
So one clip.
do you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and then they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that the
Prosecutor's gonna use that
semi-automatic
answer.
has a magazine, some people call it a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or a semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver with
No.
a wheel, or did it look like what's supposed to be a semi-automatic with a magazine?
It looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
Yeah, I
Now,
get it. I just
you
don't like the
mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired a prop gun. I mentioned I handled them in my videos.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire it?
No.
Is that, I asked him that. Did you fire the prop gun in your video?
No.
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
No, that wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fire?
No.
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired, other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I attempted to work allegedly.
Overall.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I've seen them playing movies.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun, or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So do you think by looking at it, seeing, that you can tell the difference between a prop gun that's supposed to simulate like a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? Do you think, can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation,
Motion to strike.
Sustained. So the answer is no.
no.
And you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
Yes.
And are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
Okay. Yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the Governor's Ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that. And then that was the same exact device I seen in LA.
So by a clip, you're just talking about
A belt clip.
yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Well, if it's a
Doesn't
clip,
matter. Reasonable doubt still.
can you
there.
explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the weight of the firearm would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Objection, relevant. This is
Relevant?
Yes, I'm an expert. All the speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why he thinks it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I've got to cross it.
Sanction.
Says he has no experience with real guns.
Your Honor, he
Except that he fired.
No, but I'm asking about the prop gun. I'm asking him why is it that he believes it was a prop gun. Let me.
All right. I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you. So here's what I'm asking. You're telling me you saw him with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month, or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
That's because he's seen it
So
before.
my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his as was in his belt on the night that this occurred? How do you know it's the same thing?
Can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th, just by looking, that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look did it?
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine and you're talking about a belt clip, that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding, from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think he was just switching around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not those were the same guns or not, other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked, by the magazine and the color, similar?
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me like, oh, this is
Motion to strike is non-responsive. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you something.
He told me and I seen it.
Okay. But by the way, what if he was lying?
Objection. Sorry.
Do you know, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you've said, correct?
Correct. But he would have no reason to lie to me. So
He would. So you decided, Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see with my own eyes.
You can see
Good recovery.
a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you've decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
It's time to move on to another topic.
It's
time to move on to another topic.
When you use the word prop gun and starter pistol, are you using those terms interchangeably?
I believe prop gun is the section of it, and then a starter pistol is under the prop gun. Like I guess it's
subset.
I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. A starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Okay. So when you spoke to the defense, did you tell them that Rocky carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those
Yes.
your words?
Yes.
do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? How it's fired, what happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor, this is statement.
Sustain.
Your Honor, this has been presented as his
Objection,
statement.
speaking. Objection.
Boy, oh boy. Right, right.
Get to it, John.
That is a summary of his statement.
I'm going to give this to you again. I want you to review it. And I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not, in fact, what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
You said that I did not say it.
No, that you, correct. I want you to read this. This is being represented as what you said.
A summary of what he said.
A summary.
The summary says not word for word.
No, correct. There's no quotes. I want you to ask. I want you to read it. I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
No, it's nothing in it.
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said to them. Is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like, I see it as this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary. I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again. So here's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell them?
No.
So at this point, Mr. Phillips, you now said that this represents everything in here is what you said. You said there might be things that are not in here that you said, but there's nothing in here that you've read about what you said that you did not in sum and substance say.
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah,
I don't understand you.
Sure. What I'm asking you is,
Using a lot
you've
of
read
words.
these 12 lines.
Yes.
These 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him.
A summary, yes.
Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No.
So this is this is everything you told him?
Pretty much.
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
Objection to relevancy.
Sustain.
Got him.
On relevance ground, Your Honor?
Correct. Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevancy objection again.
Is the question?
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you've testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Ask the question.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky involving prop guns. You know that?
Yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about any specific incident, is that right?
Objection.
Well,
Relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop.
Come on,
stop.
John.
Let's sustain. It's not relevant. That he doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in there. It's not relevant that he didn't see. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that there's this is a complete version of what you told the defense. You just testified.
Did not say that. It misstates the evidence. That's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
did you discuss
This guy's
with the
crashing and
defense
burning. This is so
in
bad.
advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you had already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky and the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with the prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with a prop gun. Would you agree that would be important?
Yes.
So, do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
Maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is...
What's the grounds?
Relevancy. It's not relevant that it's not in there.
Let it go, John. John up there looking like a middle school principal. Get the fuck out of here.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, let me back up. Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
Well, only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, I want you to assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
That's a hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
What? He doesn't know?
From my understanding with the situation with Relly, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relly knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even who've been murdered?
Overruled.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe, and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing the prop gun.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They like,
Don't. So, you're getting a little bit loud.
That's a great analogy.
So, it's your testimony, though.
Because that's a great analogy. Because the person breaking into your home is the aggressor. Ooh. And this man's just telling the truth. John Lewin is getting cooked right now. So you say, yeah, somebody breaks into your home, they're trying to hurt you. If you have a prop gun, it might deter them. Wow. Amazing.
Your prior statements that Relly knew, allegedly, this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how, if Relly knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relly knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
Crazy.
The sound.
It's a truthful answer.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relly sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would be a prop gun can't hurt him. Would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
I would reject what you stated on another speculation.
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relly knew that this was a prop gun, it's not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something effective, put that fake shit away. Correct? That's what he testified.
Which is going against the prosecutor's point, because Relly didn't run away. So just because you're proving the point that a prop gun wouldn't be a good defense, you're also proving the defense's point because Relly didn't run off. I don't know what John Lewin is doing here. Maybe he's just so outside the realm of understanding a jury and how a jury would think in this case. But he's making the defense's point for them. I don't know what John's doing here.
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Speculation.
No, let him answer the question. It's not. It didn't.
You're aware that
That's
at the
why
time
he kept going.
That Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. So no.
I'm sorry,
Let me-
answer again.
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show people's 39, A through F, please. You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been here since a couple times.
So this people's 39. You recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWGE mean?
Old.
Huh?
Old.
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
Mean old.
Okay. What's that term from?
Tuberculosis.
Your Honor, I'm having proof.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's old. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not
You
sure.
don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
There was a.
One shoot or sidebar before we go to
Yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
Yeah, we gotta. Y'all get the tomatoes ready in the chat. We gotta boo this man. The one thing he got him on, I would say, on his question about why he was testifying, and if he came there, and if his main reason was to come there and testify for his friend ASAP Rocky, and he said yes to that. That's gonna come back to. I think that's going to come back to get him, and that's going to be brought up during either closing or I don't know when. But ASAP 12 is cooking this guy. I mean, you can see such a huge difference from a guy who's doing this on the stand and a guy who's just sitting up there confident and telling the truth. I mean, this is embarrassing. And again, the jury, I can imagine that they can see what we're seeing. Good grief. We're going to be back in a second. Here we go. What do y'all think about this, man? This is great. I don't know why John Lewin is taking this path. I'm trying to skip ahead. Hold on.
What AWG is, and you have said you have no idea, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something. I'm not too sure what I heard. I was listening to.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear what was verbally said. I heard something.
Isn't it true that AWG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Yes.
So a moment ago, when I asked you what AWG was, and you said I have no idea,
he asked him
why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection. This states testimony.
Yes.
What it means.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the question. Yeah. Sustain.
Did you, a moment ago, testify that you did not know what AWG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I never used the word.
You said, well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating with
I asked you, what does AWG mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means. I don't know what all means.
All right, that's
okay. So,
hold up. We'll take a break now, and this issue's been fully explored.
All right.
Let's break till.
Oh, till what time? Dang, cliffhanger.
No. I'm sorry. 10 to 3. 10 to 3.
10 to 3. So we're looking at what? 20 minutes. Is that a 20-minute break? 15-minute break? Man, what do y'all think about this? And he's up there lying. He asked him what it means. He says, I don't know what it means. This is crazy, man. Let me read these super chats. Thank y'all for the super chats, and shout out to everyone who's in here and like the video as well. I appreciate all of y'all. We've got, let me see. Which is the last one? Oh, we got Amy in there giving me a snack, man. Thank you, Amy, for the banana with the super sticker. I appreciate you. We've got Wrestler's mom is up in here with the 5-bomb. What does she say? She says, I can't deal with the disrespect of the prosecutor. I'm done with this petty BS. He needs to go find something safe to do. I hate him. Oh, dang, I hate him. Jeez. Rashler's mom, that's tough. I did not like the disrespect that John Lewin came out with. He's done it a couple times before. He did it with Wally. He's done it here as well. Saying, you understand if you say you feel me, I can't answer you. What is that? Just being petty. I'm surprised he wasn't reprimanded by the judge. It's just rude. It's disrespectful. But he could probably get away with that knowing the makeup of the jury. But thank you for the 5-bomb. I appreciate it. Also, Amber Rain up in here making it rain. Just gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Amber, make sure you say thank you. Shout out to Amber Rain. I'm glad you got to stop by, Amber. I know sometimes we don't see you on the morning show, so it's good to see you. Amy said, come eat, man. Hey, yo. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. But we got to see this through. we got to see this through. This is too good. What are y'all saying in the chat? Amy says, I like how calm and consistent he is. It's easy when you're telling the truth. Relly was up there sweating. Y'all remember? He was up there sweating. He drank about 50-11 bottles of smart water, which didn't help. He needed a break. He was getting argumentative with Joe Tacopina because he knows that 30 M's is on the line. He was not feeling that at all. I'm usually not one to pull the race card, but I don't know. Lacey Ann said it's coming off racial. I don't know why John would think that would help him in this instance. Maybe he just doesn't care. But how many times did Relly say, you feel me, when he was on the stand? He said it multiple times. Or he said, no, I take it back. He said, you know what I'm saying? And Joe was just like, no, I don't know what you're saying. Oh, man. And Certified T says there are no rules to AWGE. Rule number 1 is don't say what it means. It's just got like Fight Club. Okay, interesting. Rule number 1 of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club. Melody Cornelius is in here with the 5-bomb. Thank you so much. She says, you know what I'm saying? It's totally fine. You feel me? Deserves to be berated. What? Make it make sense. That's exactly what I was saying. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We were getting that from Relly all day. So disrespectful. Yes, we are having Club Classy tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Depending on how the rest of this trial goes, we might go straight on through to our 8 o'clock show. If y'all are interested in hearing some music from the independent artists here in the community, make sure you tune in to the Song of the Night Live. We'll be live for that in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh man, I think sheesh. What? We're going to be here all day. And this is officially, I think this is probably the longest live stream I've done ever. I don't know. I'll have to check up on that. Classy, go eat your hot, the music show. Yeah. To do? Ooh, I don't know what that means. But yeah, I agree, Melody. He was being super petty, and I wish the judge would have said something about that. Relly said it so many times, it sort of reported had to reprogram one of my let's see. It's habitual language. Yep. I'm white. It feels racist to me, and it's disappointing. Yeah, it's a unnecessary. Just the fact that he would take the time to say that, 1, you could tell it's irritating him, and 2, it's just unprofessional. You know, and if you don't know, it's ignorance. If you do know, then you're being what's the word I'm trying to use? Then you're being malicious by saying that. He would also object when Joe would say, isn't it true? He has done it all day. Yeah, he'll say, so you were walking down the street at that time. Is that right? Really sat there and drank all that water and had to use the bathroom. Never speak about AWGE is the rule. Yep. Relly is the aggressor. Oh man, I loved I love that analogy that ASAP12E used when he was talking about the prop gun, and he asked him, I need to use names. And John Lewin asked him about the prop gun and using it as a deterrent. And ASAP12E, he said, well, if somebody breaks into your house and you have a prop gun, it could be used as a deterrent to keep them away. Absolutely amazing, amazing answer. Amy said, I've been trying to feed him. He's currently being the host of a show right now. What show? What are you talking about? Congratulations on the marathon stream. I'm here for it. Appreciate you, Nosy Rosie. Oh, you're saying to go eat? No, I can't eat. We got court. We got too much court to get to. Also, we've got another one. Shout out to Mama Doll is in here. Mama Doll Nikki is in the building with the 10 bomb. Says his line of questioning, especially his understanding of certain words, gives racially indifferent at best. It's very ignorant. And John has been practicing law for a long time. He knows and understands and had to research this case. He knows what it means when someone says, you feel me. He knows what it means when someone says, know what I mean? Nah, I mean, you heard. But thankfully, you know, these guys are well spoken and saying, you know what I'm saying. That's just, people say that. You know what I mean? That's crazy. But thank you for the super chat, Mama Doll Nikki. I appreciate that. And I think the only reason he's getting away with it, or he would even say that, is because the makeup of the jury. I think they actually have it down here somewhere, don't they? No, they don't have the jury makeup. Amy dropped it in the chat earlier. It's embarrassing, man. I think he should be embarrassed. 12E is correct. I used it as a deterrent in a moment of panic. A mom in the middle of the night with her kids rack the gun. I think rack the guy. Joe should have ejected, in my opinion. I think so too. For real, it's super insensitive, and it feels like he's trying to sun 12E. Yeah, and demean him for being like, hey, talk better. Okay, I thought you meant that. The makeup of the jury is 7 women and 5 men. None are black. Oh. Oh, man. Law and Order NYC says, I'm 70 and I say it. Yeah. I've actually had to try and get myself out of saying that, or out of the habit of saying it on this show. Because I would say, you know what I mean? And I try and get out of it. I may slip up every now and then. Y'all are probably going to go back and look and see if I did it. I hate to say the race car, but I have to agree. Prosecutors sound very rude. Yeah, come on, man. It's not necessary. He's doing good. I'm not invested in any of the musician trials, so I'm not biased at all. I can see the prosecutor's frustration, and it's not a good look. Again, not to mention, Relly was up there sweating. His story didn't make sense. And here's the huge difference between the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution, or let's go with the defense. The defense, when they were questioning or during cross-examination of the state's witnesses, they were able to poke so many holes in their story, so many holes in the testimony, especially when it came to Relly. A lot of things didn't make sense, just looking at it objectively. And then when you get over to the defense witnesses, and you have this prosecutor who's up there asking questions. Now he's trying to attack the person's character. He's not asking him about the events and how they would have taken place. He's projecting that he's using his influence as a hype man to somehow sway the jury a certain way. And why can't we just talk about the facts? Why can't we talk about his actual testimony? Yeah, I think it's odd that he's taking this route. If white people saying it's getting racist, then it's racist. You might be right there. Let me double check and make sure we haven't got back yet, because I think the judge said, okay, we still got a little bit of time. He said 10-3. It is 10-3 now. How'd they find the whole jury in LA and no Mexicans? What? They'd be good jurors too. There might be Mexicans there. I saw something about the makeup of the jury. I know nobody's going to say over on X, but there might be Mexicans there. All we know is there are no black folks on that jury. The prosecutor is just going out sad, and I can imagine that the jury feels it too. Let me see. I would never, ever attack the way he's speaking. He's actually speaking very, very, very well. I agree. You feel me? Did I say it? Dang. Yeah, there might be some Mexicans up in there. In my opinion, it might not matter the racial makeup. People in California are not the same as, say, Florida. They will like 12E. They won't like the disrespect. Yeah, and who's been disrespectful, really, this whole time? The guy who's alleging that he's a victim. The first police officer was respectful. Even Detective Flores, he's respectful. The high 911 phone caller, she was respectful too. Yeah, Relly's looking up here looking shook, man. Y'all know why we not on the jury. Soon as Reed came in, not guilty. Oh, we're more objective than that. No, just because you might be right. And Rihanna walks in there and be like, oh, who is this? Even if they don't know who it is, it might happen. To be fair to Relly, Taco is indeed annoying. You think Joe Tacopina is annoying? I think he's done a good job. He can come off a little aggressive though too. I think Joe, you can hear him holding back when it comes to how he speaks in front of the jury versus when the jury's not in. There's a big difference. John and Relly, the only ones acting out of pocket. I love tacos. Man, y'all got to stop talking about food. All right, some of us had not had lunch yet, and we about to skip dinner. The microaggression is crazy work. The judge needs to address it. And I think if it kept happening, he would probably address it just like he did with the sanctions against the attorneys. It's probably older, retired white folks. Who knows, man? Can we go back to the moment Rocky said, don't say it through the mic. It's a beautiful clip. Oh, man. I love Tacopina. He just needs to learn the right objections. Yeah, because I don't know, maybe he's just used to saying objection. He's got to give his foundation first. Rocky's lawyer is stern. Prosecutor is lost. Lewin has I'm not gonna read that out loud. Dang, I'm not gonna say that. Y'all can say it though. Joe made you feel like nothing. Joe T needs to be aggressive. His client is fighting for many years of his life. That is very, very true. That is very, very true. Prosecutor feels he lost this case. He's losing it at this point. He can't control himself. Thankfully, the jury is seeing his bad behavior. Yeah, and I wish we could get somebody up here who's actually in the courtroom. We might have to do that later on in the trial. And once the trial is over, I might reach out to a couple of people and see what they thought about the jury. Nah, he let the lawyer make a butt of himself and show his racist side. I think that's smart. It is uncalled for. You feel me? I don't know why he decided to say that, but it was definitely unprofessional. Should we go back through a little bit of this? I know y'all were actually asking me about Yak Gotti earlier. Let me see. Oh yeah, and okay, so it looked like Cat Not Williams posted something about AWGE. So the number one rule is never reveal what AWGE means. Number 2, when in doubt, always refer to rule number 1. Hey, shout out to AWGE or AUG. Should I just call it AUG? That was funny. And then, of course, the outburst from ASAP Rocky saying, well, allegedly, don't say anything. Let me see if I can go back and find it. It should be right. Let me see. I'll go back and see if I can find it. It wasn't that long ago. He said, did you hear somebody say, don't say that? And he's like, I don't know what happened. I'll find it for y'all. Give me a second. I think it was actually after this. Let's see.
There's nothing in here about any specific incident. Is that right?
Objection. Well, relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop.
I'm going to find it for y'all. Hold on a second.
Stay. It's not relevant.
That wasn't.
That he doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in there. It's not relevant that he doesn't see. Or that it's not in there.
You just justified that this is a
really over
complete
an hour
version
again?
of
It
what
seemed
you
like it was
told
that
me
long ago.
that. You just justified.
Not say that. It mistakes the other. That's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yeah.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information
Here we go.
about these prior incidents with the prop gun, been there since that time, correct?
Here we
Maybe
go.
it says
This is where it
a
happens.
couple times.
So, this people's 39. You recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because they also, like, you never been to Rocky crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
He said you never been
When
to
you look at it
Rocky, so
right
it's
now,
got cool
does that
cool stuff.
appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWGE mean?
Oh.
Don't say
Huh?
Oh.
He said, don't say that. Y'all heard him? Oh, man. He said, don't say that. Dang, Rocky.
Does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWGE mean?
Oh.
Don't say
Huh?
Oh.
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
Mean oh.
What- Okay. What's that term from?
Objection. Relevancy.
Your Honor, I'm having.
He should have just shook
Do
his
you
head.
know what that means?
No, I just know it's oh. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not
You
sure.
don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
All right, there it is.
there
That
was
was
a-
the moment. Let's go ahead and get back into court. Court is back in session. Here we go. Y'all are amazing, man. Thank y'all for sticking around for going on 7 hours almost. Oh my gosh. Y'all are for real. Shout out to the gang, man. All right, let me fix this. We can hear the static. They're almost back. He said, don't say that.
Very good chance.
Hey, Rice Street's back. What's up, Rice Street? We were just talking about you earlier.
If you're not finished, you won't have to be here on Wednesday. I think it's Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Abraham Lincoln. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Mr. Phillips, would you agree that that appears to be the defendant's bedroom at West Hollywood Home?
I believe so.
I want to show you the next photograph, which is going to be 39B. And this is an image that is taken from behind the bed. It's a little bit hard to see.
Oh, not the Tic Tacs, toilet paper and lotion. Oh, God.
Hey, yo! Okay.
I want an explanation for that,
I want
Rocky.
you to look at this item that's in a red square. For the record, I am pointing that pointer. I'm showing him. I'm showing him this item here. Is that correct, Mr. Phillips? That's what I just showed you on the photo. So you agree it's a little easier to see on this one, on the photo itself rather than the overhead?
Yeah.
You see that? Can you tell me, what does that look like to you?
It looks like
And you would agree, does this look very similar to the prop gun that you have testified that you saw the defendant in possession of?
Well, no.
How's it different?
It doesn't have the modifications on it.
So what was the modification that the prop gun has that this one doesn't have?
It had like a belt clip, and then it had like I think like a magazine, like a clean magazine hanging.
Okay, let me just ask you. You understand that a belt clip would not be a part of any gun, right? You understand that, right?
If it's modified, then it's an accessory to the gun name. So it's a part of the gun name, yes.
What's this what I'm saying? For instance, you're saying the defendant was wearing a belt clip during the incident, right?
Yes.
And you see that he takes the gun out of the belt clip, correct?
Well, no. No, I never seen him take the gun out the belt clip.
That's what I'm telling you. You saw the gun, you've seen the video as an example. The gun is removed, correct? And there's no belt clip that is on the gun when it's in his hand, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you're saying, well, this isn't the same gun because the prop gun had a belt clip, you can have the gun separate from the belt clip, correct?
If you take it off, I'm assuming, but I'm not too sure.
Okay, well, so what I'm asking you is, when you look at that gun itself, other than the belt clip, and the fact that you are saying, you can't see the magazine in that photograph, correct?
No.
Here, let me give it to you right now. Can you see it?
Oh, no.
So you would agree that because of this photograph, you cannot see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine would be, correct?
Because of the photograph.
Yeah,
Okay.
right, but you can't see it, right?
No. And then you also can't see if the belt clip is on the other side, so I'm not too sure.
So, but here's what I'm asking you. Because you can't see the entire belt, you can't see the magazine, and you don't know if there's a belt clip. Other than that, this gun looks similar to the prop gun that you've seen the defendant with, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't say that.
So what I'm asking you though is this gun appears to be a semi-automatic, right? It's not a revolver?
It's not a revolver.
Okay. And the prop gun that you saw was a semi-automatic, correct?
Yes.
What color was the prop gun that you saw the defendant have?
It was black.
And was it black all 3 times you've seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to go to the next image. By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. Are you following me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasions, correct?
I was never told, or I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being the victim of violence and home invasions? Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen him, and the days that he had to secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So, would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that would be a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Doesn't make any sense.
So let me just show you the 3 other photos. So, going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic. Do you see at the bottom? Can you see what looks like a magazine on the bottom, or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay. You go to the next image. This again, next to the bed, and you will see a gun case, where you go to the next photo. Inside the gun case, by the defendant's bed, is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No. 1 second.
Have you seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in the bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you know what? Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what those are?
The shell cases or shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay. So what you
on,
see
man.
here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber 44 Magnum handgun,
He said no.
a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
Right, objections.
What's the objection?
Clarification on the
That's not. I didn't ask for a name. They didn't ask for a name.
What? Say again?
Ambiguous as to.
Go get a taco. Thank you, Bobby.
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a 44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom. so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified that it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
So, do you know why
That's not
the
what he
defendant
said.
was keeping a prop gun for protection
That's
against...
not what he said. That's not what he said. He used that as an example. He didn't say ASAP Rocky. What is... Come on, Joe. You gotta be on top of
home
it.
invasions, that he had
He did not say
a
that.
large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed.
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Are you aware
They're sleeping over there on the defense
if a
side.
prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said
Correct.
that at the time of the incident, that the defendant did not have access to security. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID. Is that right?
Yes.
But weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relly?
I object to what Ills brought.
Your Honor, those are not grounds for objection.
Calls for speculation about the mind of another. So it is a ground.
The question is not called for speculation. I'm asking you. What's that, Your Honor?
Sustained. Next question.
Oh, well, wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question, and read it back.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relly?
Yes or no?
That's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the La Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
I don't know what this question is. It says, is it a trick question?
So, is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm just trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So, there was no security when the three of you, Ills, and the defendant, met up with Relly, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Well, so wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been a situation where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
And when was this?
2018.
And this was in your home, his home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach,
Yes.
right? So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We was going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Stay at the ground.
Yes, the state's testimony, this is West Palm Beach.
Exactly.
Where you just
It's
changed.
assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood, it didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. Do you agree with what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers? Do you believe that that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
Yeah. You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Relly in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly.
Well, is that your experience?
Yes.
So, Mike,
Come on, John.
so my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the complex con event. From
Security.
there, we left. We were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relly because we had another show the next day, which is complex con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't going to be any issue. You know, these are friends. We've been friends for the past 20 years.
But you've indicated he's going to be out on a public street in Hollywood where he's a well-known individual.
Yes.
And don't you agree that given what you've said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
He's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relly was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on. To another topic.
Just so that's enough. Oh, Amy got the peach too. Oh,
Now, you
God.
said it was, it's been said that it wasn't, back up. You said that ASAP Relly knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, was it common knowledge as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a prop gun?
Yes.
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was it common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried a prop gun, based on what you know, general reputation?
Pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a prop gun, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carrying a prop gun, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and Relly was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm going to motion to strike, the second part is non-responsive.
Everything after no is good.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So
They
I
still
want
heard it, though.
to start at the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room, yeah.
Yeah. You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yes.
How'd you get out here?
Flight.
Did you go commercial?
It was a regular flight. It wasn't first class. It was just a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
No.
No? All right, so you fly out. When do you land?
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the 1st and the 2nd and the 7th?
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, you know, whether we creating or just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of Little Up ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel.
Right. By his crib, meaning the defendant's home in West Hollywood, right?
Yes.
The home where I've just shown you the picture of the bedroom and the bed, correct?
Yes.
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was Ills there too?
Yes.
What about Relly?
No.
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. Were you aware of any issues between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
Rephrase that.
So were you aware of any problems between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No. No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they were trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't it true that the two of them were having issues with each other?
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't no problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication, and they needed to communicate.
Please answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relly?
No.
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relly had toward Mr. Mayers?
No.
So, how was it that you, Bills, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relly near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Ills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Con. So whoever was going to be there was going to be with her regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayer's idea to meet up with Relly?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relly because we had a show the next day, and he wanted Relly to be there, man.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up, I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relly?
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to, I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro, he just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were going to speak. The next day was the show. Everything was just going to be great. It was going to be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because, like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So, once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence has demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant to Relly. The defendant's part of it is what is in gray and the victim is in blue. Are you aware, well, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day?
Yes, I was.
And it says, why you, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person he said it to?
No, because actually, Rocky typing up all caps. So it's like, nah, this is regular. Let's get to it. Stop looking at my calls. He's calling him. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and anything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relly's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
Okay. And would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay.
Great answer. Bam.
Other than trying to fix things between them, etc.,
He's killing it.
do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have a amazing show the next day at Conference Con. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relly not to be there. Like, he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relly was supposed to perform there?
Relly is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to, excuse me, was supposed to.
He's supposed to be there. Like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me? But he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relly was supposed to be there, how do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relly was invited, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Relly has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure. But it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it wouldn't be odd if the defendant is upset with him?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So that's my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relly, that you would not be surprised if Relly was not at...
Rephrase that for me, please.
So, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relly wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not up here to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So, I'm asking you, so listen, you haven't testified in court before, so when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical.
Yeah, he said
When I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. If the defendant was upset with Relly, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relly to the show?
Objection. 2 grounds of relevant false speculation.
Sustained.
Get it together, John.
I want to start with the incident by the parking garage. You would agree that there were 3 of you there, yourself, ASAP Mills, and Mr. Mayers, and that Relly was by himself, correct?
Yes. But I wouldn't say he's by himself. We all part of the same collective.
He's getting cooked.
Do you recall yourself, prior to the meeting, do you recall yourself trying to call or text Relly when the defendant could not get a hold of him?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relly when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to him?
Well, for one, we are all, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relly was because you believed that Relly was ducking the defendant's calls. He didn't want to talk to him, right?
Can you rephrase that?
So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relly trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like because he did it. Relly is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant, who you're in the car with, can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relly, correct?
Yes, I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
From my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond?
Yes.
So, you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan, the situation before was for Rocky to converse with Relly. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun, on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had the prop gun?
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
In his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation.
Okay, so...
Like in his possession.
So you said he had it earlier that day?
Yes, the ASAP Blue had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing. So he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and, get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Blue.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Blue with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him, no. I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Blue, the gun that he had, was the same gun that the defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's going to happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. We together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No.
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
No, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Relly picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other where they were going to be so you could meet up. It wasn't, it wasn't nothing like that.
Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I couldn't. I think I couldn't really hear Rel, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And Rocky and Relly had a relationship for years. Relly was viewed as Relly the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you're not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at? Like, let me see where you at. Like, show me your room." And I guess bro act like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Relly and Rocky...
So what you're saying is, he keeps saying that.
...completely friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day? Regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music feel me? So that was cool, it was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically? You had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Gill, who got out of the car? What made you remember that? Do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the back and they're the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you in?
It was like a black truck.
Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a four-door, like big body black truck.
Right. So
Like a
basically
Suburban.
like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the two doors in the back is for the two passengers in the back. And it's a seat that's behind there. And I was sitting right behind my two bros in the back, and they were sitting in the two seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out, and how long after you get out is it that you see Relly coming up?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car?
Yes.
Or the truck,
Mhm.
how long after that is it before you see Relly coming up?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, it was in Rocky because I got out last, you feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relly, how far away was he from the closest of the three of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the three of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
Again, what's your point?
So it's your testimony that, based on where you're positioned, that you don't think Relly knew you were
Whoever's
there
typing
until
just
after the
sighed.
incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at
He said,
least, in terms of position, you believe you would have been able to see Gills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relly comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, was there something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, I done worked out with Relly, so I know him. And his movement, he had a little more pep in his step than usual. And he's coming down, like, it's big like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his vibe, a little more momentum. He comes down, and as soon as he meets up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel, and as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that
We haven't
they
heard
were
this part of the story
completely
yet.
joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relly was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So it's your testimony that Relly comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say grabs him, what hand do you grab him with?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started because he got him by his I think his hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie over or he's just trying to kind of have Rocky in the air dangle. I see that's what he was doing.
Well, let me stop. You said he grabbed him with one hand, but
Yeah.
now you're gesturing like he's grabbing with two hands. How many hands he grabbing with?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one hand?
He started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed it with his left hand, I believe.
And do you know whether Relly's right or left-handed?
I believe Relly's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed him with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
Let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion to strike everything after no.
You know, you're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him explain. It's just better. Let him explain. He's doing.
Yo, Judge Arnold, you can't do that, man. You can't be cooking the prosecutor. Ah, man. Yo, he's over there. Look at this, man. He sighed and shook his head. Oh, my gosh.
He did end up grabbing him with both hands.
Let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion to strike everything after no.
Look at him.
You know, you're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him explain. It's just better. Let him explain the answer. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. So
why isn't he allowed to explain his answer, Judge?
So when this incident started, where were you standing?
Lewin is getting cooked today.
And how far away were you from Relly and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to get up to them and get in the middle. So I wasn't that close. Even in the video, you can see I put my hand on Relly last to move him out the way. So that's, as I said before about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Ills got out first, because they were already closer to Relly than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact Mr. Mayer grabbed Relly's left arm before Relly ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that Rocky, look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky just gonna grab Relly, you feel me? And I don't think he grabbed Relly first. Relly grabbed Rocky.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relly is physically stronger. If Relly and Rocky are going to fight, Relly's going to win, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relly and Rocky are going to fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relly on the spot, correct?
What? This man is comparing getting beat up to ending his career? Oh my gosh, this guy is a clown. Can we boo him again? Y'all get the tomatoes ready. Relly is not a musician. Exactly.
Rocky are going to fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relly on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree. Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or as you described, the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying,
No question, Penny. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relly is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move.
Your Honor, but it's not, I need to move this along. I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
Rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you.
Yes or no?
When you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relly was grabbing and picking up Rocky. And Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relly is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So, being that it was a belt clip, his belt, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop took the fall. He never pulled the prop out.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his belt?
I did not see him remove it. I see him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw the gun was when it was being put back?
It's crazy.
All right, I'm going to now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage. This is going to be People's 15 combined surveillance video, and we're going to show the first incident. So what I'm going to do very much like in this technique is, I'm going to run it through one time. So you can
Desperate
see
for
it.
real.
And I'm going to ask you specific questions about it. So I want you to watch it.
What's this a video of?
Stop it. How many times do you think you've seen that portion of the video? Well, you've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. Like,
Me
not more than 10. Maybe just a few times.
Is it a couple or is it 10?
I said I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw the video?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TMZ.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relly walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Mayers?
Can you rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm going to ask you, in a moment, I'm going to ask you, who was it, Relly or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange?
No
So
problem.
I want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and the defendant, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and Relly grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is Relly putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back and then he automatically goes to grab Rocky. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relly, and Relly has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relly being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not gonna say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance, a stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relly is.
Yes.
He's a stronger defendant. If the defendant, if Relly, based on your experience with him, had wanted to attack the defendant, had
What are we
wanted
talking
to push him
about?
back, and wanted to hit him, you would agree Relly is big enough and strong enough to have done that, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry, that's Hills, excuse me. I apologize. That is
Yeah.
ASAP Hills, right?
Apologize to the jury for wasting
And
their
go
time.
back. What did you just see Hills do in the video?
I see Ills trying to defuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relly and Rocky off each other. Because right before you hit this clip, you can see Relly with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the video?
That's
Stop. From the only 2 or 3 times you watched it.
What? He was there.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please.
Like,
Stop.
It skipped ahead.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relly, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and then the defendant continues to go towards Relly?
Objection, Your Honor, is a compound motion.
Wait a second.
It's
compound, sustain.
Compound.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor. I'll do one at a time then. Okay, back it up. What does Relly do? Stop. Right now, would you agree, Ills is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relly. Ills is not between the two of them. The defendant is between. Is that correct?
What?
no, because this is Rocky on one end, Relly is on the other end. Ills has both his hands basically getting in the middle to break it up.
Wait a minute. Can you point with your pointer there? Point to where Ills is. Point to where the defendant is.
It's down at the bottom of the screen.
Point to where Relly is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ills is between the defendant and Relly when Ills is on the other side of the defendant?
Oh my God.
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of it.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do.
Brutal.
This is my question.
But he is getting in the middle.
Do you agree that this video shows Ills not between the defendant and Relly, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is. So it's your belief that this video does not show Ills behind the defendant?
No.
Okay. We go back slightly.
Absolutely brutal.
Stop. You agree Relly has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling Rocky.
Okay. So whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that Ills is not between the two of them?
This isn't the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind me.
Okay, so right now you agree Ills is behind, right?
It was behind right here.
Okay, now we're gonna keep the clip going. Stop. Is Ills still behind?
See, now, Ills is behind him, trying to pull him away from Relly. And in this photo, you can see Relly with his hand around Rocky.
Okay, you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, Ills is trying to pull the defendant off of Relly.
What's his point, though?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relly, while Relly is grabbing the defendant by his neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows Ills trying to get the defendant off of Relly, yes or no?
I'm not saying no.
Yes.
I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky asserting dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the middle
Motion
to the
strike is
situation.
non-responsive?
He asked him the question.
Ask another one.
Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relly trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking, but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, we missed, he was choking, Relly was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
Yes, if you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
What I said was...
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court, ever, that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
No, because I never seen...
Motion to strike everything after no? Do you agree that Relly at this point in time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Ills, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relly and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relly?
Objection, Mark. Speculation.
Yeah, that's a bad question.
Please, quit. Stop. Do you agree that what you just shows Ills backing Relly up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relly is considerably bigger and stronger than Ills as well?
Yes.
Do you agree that knowing Relly and knowing Ills and knowing the strength between them, that if Relly had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
No, because he's being held
Possibly?
back.
I'm asking you, from what you've seen, does it look like Relly is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was doing.
So, at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Let's run it, please. Did you see the gun?
Play it.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand, yes.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At
He
this
said, "I
point
see
in
the prop."
time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relly with a gun in his hand, and that Ills is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relly?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand is moving aggressively toward Relly, and that Ills is trying to prevent Relly from getting close to the defendant. I'm sorry, it's trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relly.
You have to rephrase it because
That's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree, at this point in time, defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
Okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Ills and Relly?
Well, in this clip, because Rocky was
Just answer
already
the
grabbing him and kind of like, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just see Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. Just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here. He could have been backed up against the side of the garage wall. And he was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad situation?
He's just trying to get himself up out of here. He doesn't have the prop on Relly. He's not pointing the prop at Relly. He's not doing anything like that. So
let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
Objection, cold speculation.
You were at the scene.
Yes, I was.
When the defendant is moving towards Relly with a gun, was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your position that the defendant did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relly pushed him under the garage.
Okay.
The garage it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got
He's
under
saying
the
you can't
garage
walk through the
so he
wall.
could be able to get up out of there.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant has his finger on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this video.
I do not see that.
Well, let's run it again.
Shout out to Gina. Thank you, Gina.
Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger?
I see his hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger. No.
So, at this point in time, is this when Relly yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, "Put that fake ass gun away."
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
Yes.
Relly knows it's a fake gun.
Yes, I believe that.
Okay,
Yes.
continue. Stop it. Do you know what the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that he just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline and he was leaving.
When did you see him put it back?
It's not giving him the answers
Well,
he
when I
wants.
was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulls it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a 2 minutes if the court needs.
The judge is over there praying. Like, dear God, please
So the
let
gun
this
is
be over.
out.
Yes.
My question is not what did he do when he put it back. He pulls the gun out and goes off screen towards Relly. What did he do with the gun when he
Please,
went off
Lord.
screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
Yes.
I didn't see him going up the screen going towards Relly.
Watch. there he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point when we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we've just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Look, can we rewatch the video?
Sure.
I don't think they're gonna go to another break. This will probably be it.
I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't.
Witness has to rewatch the video.
We just did. You just watch it.
No, you just pause it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the
No,
proper weight.
no, Ms. Phillips, I'm going to show you what I want to show you. So
Go ahead, show Mr. Phillips what you want.
I just showed you that image, and my question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I
He was
believe
there.
he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted it, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relly, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure, the prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me? So he didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have pulled it out with his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? The gun gets removed.
I seen it, only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last thing to show you, I want you to see when the gun first comes out, when we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching, gun is stopped, the gun is out right now, do you agree?
Yes.
It's in the defendant's hand, do you agree?
Yes.
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
The gun would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip. So I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling. He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is, your testimony is that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down and unintentionally grab the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom doors.
Amazing, amazing works.
All right, 10 o'clock, everybody? I know, 10 o'clock? All right, okay, all right, we'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case, work yourself, don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday.
Can we all agree? And man, shout out to Lil Woody. Can we all agree that Can You Rephrase That is the new I Don't Recall? Masterful.
Perfect.
Masterful work. Oh, I can't discuss the case? All right. Can You Rephrase That is the new I Don't Recall. I absolutely love it. It's amazing. Shout out. Let's give him another round of applause. Shout out to this truthful witness, ASAP12. It's a solid guy, man. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't checked out his music. I'm gonna check him out. I might play something from ASAP12 tonight. What do y'all think, man? 12 was on fire, and John Lewin was on fire for a different reason. He's on fire. He was on fire because he was getting cooked by everybody in that courtroom. The judge cooked him. The jury cooked him because they laughed at him. Joe Tacopina cooked him. And then you've got the witness himself, ASAP 12, just going in. Absolutely amazing. Can you rephrase that t-shirts? I don't know. We might have to do it. I like the can you rephrase. Thank y'all for being here for nearly 8 hours today. This is the longest live stream I have ever done in my life. So shout out to y'all for showing so much love. Thank you to everybody who liked the video. Let's get these super chats in here, see what y'all talking about. Nah, I mean, we got Lacey Ann just became a new member. Welcome to the member side, Lacey Ann. We've also got my guy Les Cleaver with the 5 bomb. Says 12, he's calm, cool, and collected. He did his thing on the stand. And again, if you're telling the truth, makes it a lot easier. Not worried about getting tripped up. Not worried about remembering what happened. Easy. We've got Gina in here with the 5 bomb as well. So somebody save me. This is ridiculous. Oh man, Aww. It was rough. It was rough. I'm not gonna lie. We've also got my guy Truth Official and Shy Gal both gifting memberships. Thank y'all for gifting those memberships. If you got a membership from either one of them, Shy Gal or Truth Official, make sure you say thank you. All right. We are going to be live again for another few hours in about 45 minutes. So if y'all want to check out some of the amazing independent music from the artists here in the community, make sure you tap into the Song of the Night live. We're going to be live at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live or drop a new video, because I'll be dropping several clips from today's proceeding and some news that we talked about yesterday throughout the weekend as well. All right. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing. I hope to see y'all tonight in the Song of the Night live show. Hope you have a great weekend. And as always, you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace, y'all. We'll be back again. Don't forget Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.